Guys, welcome back. Yeah, a whole bunch of stupid shit to talk about as always. Everybody to talk about this. The FBI and the DOJ finally actually did their fucking jobs. They're going after all these lefty donor assholes that been creating all these fucking protests. And these lefty people have been giving money to all these white supremacy groups. Oh wow, like we didn't know that liberals were fucking white supremacy. Oh no, they were slavery owners. Not all of them were bad, but the ones that were bad, you know? Can't imagine that, you know? You know what I say? Wow. It's about damn time we get some shit done in fucking DOJ. Then again, it was pretty fucking obvious it was gonna get done anyway. Because this shit's getting stupid. People are getting tired of nothing happening, and I say, you know what? It does take time. Just like anything else, things just take time, so. It's just where we're at right now. Uh, uh, Fuck. Hmm. I like this gun quite a bit. But yeah. DOJ just announced that they found out what these terrorist democratic people are doing. Can't tell them like that. These are like just the deep state assholes that have been doing this shit for a while now. And people are talking about now.
That was just a warm-up. Did that with one lens closed.
Uh.
What's the kickback? The sheriff has spoken.
Oh, you gotta tell me. Every time anything to do with power or it's just political bullshit. Being surprised in that.
I was expecting a bit more.
I wish the chest would give you experience too. That'd be nice.
High-powered fun!
What I love about this gun is that little explosions blow up all those things at once. So sweet.
That must have stopped! Turned a mark into a hit mark. A new record! Jackpot!
I dropped right past it probably. And it fell in the fuck up there. Oh, which one? Okay. How the fuck am I supposed to reach that? I probably can't jump up here. Yeah, it's gonna be stupid. Not let me jump there. So I'm going to having to double jump and glide to get the edge. I know where I'm at. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to get a pin on this.
Are you the competition? Ha! A shame.
But yeah, the DOJ's actually doing stuff now. Trump's doing what he does best. An enormous amount of these lefty dickheads. Oh, it is. These people just hate America so fucking much. I'm just like trying to figure out why they do. It always makes me laugh that they do.
Oh, I love this song.
I'm the first one saying that, like, stop hating the country that gives you everything. This is not bad. Like all these people, like freaking Hassan Piker and all these dudes are all like rich Pakistani and Iranian or whatever terrorist people. They infiltrate their children into our country and that, and then their children spread propaganda saying how good Islam is. I'm trying to say. Actually, I'm not sorry, sir.
Oh, things are getting wild.
If you're a good person and you're Muslim, cool. That means you don't follow the book, the Quran, that much. That means when you read the fucked up shit, you ignore it.
Oh, I am locked and loaded. That was just a warm-up.
If you're like a terrorist group and that, you're sitting there and a country gives you everything, why would you pray your allegiance to a god that's known as the destroyer? Like everybody knows that they all worship Baal or Belial. They all worship these demons, and the sad thing is they don't even realize they're doing it. You know, and everyone's fighting against it. Yeah, we used to fight against terrorist fucking people now. We fucking hate terrorists. We hate these Islamic fucking fucktards. You know, they're not good fucking, you know, cultural people. They literally believe, just like some of the Jews believe. They literally believe that they should own the world because they were promised it fucking 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. But you were promised stuff, yes. But the thing of it is, you stop following your teachings. And that's why the Judaism, they're all waiting for their Messiah. They didn't think Jesus was a Messiah because Judaism literally thinks that Jesus is supposed to come down and like total chaos is supposed to happen. And I said, what kind of God do you think Jesus is? A God of war or a God of justice? He's God of justice. He's peace and love and embrace. That's the whole point of when he came was to show humility. Yes, our God, true God, shows humility by washing his disciples' feet. God is love. Why would God sit there and lie about who he is? And this is where a lot of people sit there and they have trouble with it. What does love do? Love disciplines and creates a better life. You have to discipline people first before you create a better life. And the funny thing is, people don't see it. And Jesus said people are not going to see it. The people that will hear will hear. People that will see will see. He uses these analogies because he understands the human heart because he created it.
Hello? Hello? I was told a massage therapist would be with me shortly, and that was a half hour ago. Somebody come crack my back.
You are in luck. I am a licensed chiropractor in 3 systems. Wanted in 6 others.
Oh, thank the Lord of Lumbar. I've got a crick in my back like you wouldn't believe. Give the crick a crack, and I'll pay you back.
Getting ready for the crack of a lifetime.
Oh! Oh, yeah! That's what I'm talking about! Thanks, friend. I owe you one. Oh, man, there it is again. Give it one more go, would you? But would you mind setting the mood a little first? I bet that would help.
That lotion dispenser will need a battery. I will find one.
I need to find out a fucking battery.
What was I supposed to do? The poor little guy was just laying there, wriggling his cute little tentacles, looking at me.
But yeah. But yeah, that's what a lot of people shouldn't not understand. Like, promoting peace and love has always been the thing. Like Trigun, for instance, peace and love, peace and love. He doesn't want to kill people, he has to fight people. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's nice. That's real nice. Okay, I'm ready. Do your thing. Wow. Those hands are straight magic. You've got a gift, pal. I'm just gonna lay here for a bit and recover.
Yeah, it's gonna happen again.
Wow. This crick is freaking persistent. Can you get back in there and really give it what for? No, that's not gonna cut it. I need a little something extra. Really bring the hammer down, you feel me? Yeah, you feel me.
What?
Oh, you know what might help? If you pretend like you're real disappointed in me. You could even yell something like, "Shame on the naughty, naughty boy," right before you make contact. That'd be silly, but fun, right? Yeah, do that. We have
I gotta go all the way the
fun.
fuck up there to crack his back? Come on. That's funny shit.
should not walk so confidently, Ripper. Canancy, you send me to the most unique people. Guess the Tinsano is the only thing keeping him together. Mission complete?
What the fuck, dude? Oh, that shit's fucking hilarious. That is a stupid ass quest, but I love it. I love dumb ass quests like that. What's the next quest I can do? What's this one? A brother in need. Okay. Let's get on the way to go. Oh.
I'm relaying a message to the timekeeper. Die!
Now I'm the new guy again!
Accuracy be damned! Hit them and shoot!
Yeah, let's play like Age of Empires and shit. I kind of want to play the game again, but. Where am I going? Oh, it's really that far away? Okay. Yeah, I tried to play Black Desert, and I ain't gonna lie, Black Desert's kind of shitty. It's not that really that good of a game. They put a lot of characters in there, and that it's kind of unique in that, but I don't know. Like Terra was made a lot better.
Help! I was the only one to make it out. The survivors. You have to help them.
Hey, stay with me. What has happened here?
A group of psychotic order troops. They're capturing augurs and experimenting. They attacked us so suddenly. I ran to get help, but I won't make it. If you could save anyone, my brother.
Your time grows short. Focus your breathing and tell me where your brother is.
There's an order camp near the black site. Be careful. They're everywhere. Stop the slaughter.
Shh, there now. Your work is done. Time for mine to begin. Mind the warning shot!
Where the fuck is it at? No, it's not where it is. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, they had another serious Sam. I have a couple of them that. Cheapest fucking game that. Really fun though.
Well, it'll be a better place without everyone in it. That goes triple in this case.
Begin! Order filled. I come on behalf of the wrathful dead. I see you deal in pain. Prepare to feel it tenfold. Now, where are the prisoners being held? Ah, Kenanzi. It seems you have left just one. Hey, how are you still amongst the living?
I don't know. They said I was next, and then you showed up. Do you think you could let me out of here, please?
You will walk free again. Give me a moment to find a switch. Before, do me a favor. The power sources for the cell must be nearby. When in doubt, follow the wires. It is on a timer. I must knock out all the power sources quickly then.
Had to jump one from one. I gotta see what power sources there are. Okay, so let's go.
Before, do me a favor. The power sources for the cell must be nearby. When in doubt, follow the wires. The cables never lead me astray. Usually. Only one more.
I have no idea what that one's at.
Now, it is on a timer. I must knock out all the power sources quickly then.
Oh, where's the third one at then?
Before, do me a favor.
Shut up! Oh, there it is. Okay.
The power sources for the cell must be nearby. When in doubt, follow the wires. The cables never lead me astray. Usually. Only one more. Oh. Done! Cage should open right up.
My brother managed to get out, but I think he was hurt. Did you see him? Did he send you?
Yes, he did. It took his dying breath, but your safety was the only thing on his mind.
I'm glad he made it out before he died, at least. Breathing the air on the mountain, a taste of freedom. Thank you. It wouldn't have stopped with just us, so you saved a lot of people.
I was just a vessel for his fury. Thank him, not me.
That's all he ever cared about. I need just a moment to say goodbye. Thank you.
Permanent sleep mode coming up. Eat buster!
Woke up super fucking early. Oh yeah, I went to the gym yesterday. Oh, last night actually. It was actually quite beautiful. I didn't work out. I used a lot of heavy weight. I did very, very controlled weight. And my God, it was beautiful. People always will say use heavy weights, go to the sets of ranges of 8 to 10, you know. And I say, bullshit. I said, I'd rather have a weight that I could do 25 to 30 times.
How poetic!
Because at least I get some cardiovascular and see my heart rate gets a little better now. I mean, obviously, they want you to warm up first. But, let's play
This
warm up.
is how you eat.
Oh, man.
No use holding back.
But yeah, it was beautiful. And yes, there was a couple of attractive looking girls there. At the gym and that there was this black girl there. I've seen her around before multiple times here at the gym. Off and on. She has enormous tits. She has enormous titties. And I saw her up at QT like literally like the night before. I thought it was kind of funny though because she was sitting there with like this scrawny ass. I'm guessing he looked. I don't know. He looked Bosnian. But obviously I couldn't tell that because honestly don't give a fuck. But he was just like really skinny and scrawny. That I guess that he took her out or something like that. I just find it kind of interesting though because I see these people all the time because they live around my area. And, I kind of looked at her and I believe that she's one of the chicks that I saw up at Zips like a year or so ago. I'm guessing she's, I don't know, probably like 20, 21, maybe 22. She's probably like 19 or 20 at the time when I saw her. I believe she was the one. She came in with no bra on and literally like a really thin shirt. And you can like see everything. And like, I can't say it wasn't bad because it was nice. I mean, we see a chick with a big old rack and then obviously every guy's gonna be like, wow, your tits are huge. It's nice and da da da. But I always find it very interesting that people are selectively that like easygoing with that sort of like attention. Like me, that if I was just like if I ever thought that I would I ever was a woman, that it's like I wouldn't want to seek that much attention that fast. Like I don't know, maybe that's just me. I know emotional attention has a lot to do with a lot of people and that. The way people act and that. I've been seeing a lot of like people have like women, a lot of young women, or well, young when I mean like 19 or say 18 or like 25 will have a lot of daddy issues and that. And I definitely start to see that because being an older man, and obviously start to do some shit.
You all need to lighten up.
And like, I saw this chick multiple times that she was sitting there with one of her friends and that, and they were like, her little friend, was starting to do like the little TikTok retarded dance that all these women seem to do. That what the fuck's that hoe's name from OnlyFans? Sophie Rain, yeah, Sophie Rain. She was sitting there doing all these retarded TikTok dances, and like they think they're gonna get famous like her. Like, dude, you're not gonna get famous like her because guess what? That shit was all paid for. Her mommy and daddy, like, that they were financing her the whole entire time until she got money. Like, you cannot sit there and get famous just like on YouTube and that or Twitch. Most people don't make millions of dollars off of fucking YouTube and Twitch or OnlyFans or any of these subscription services. It's rather difficult to do that. And the only reason why I say that because some people just get fucking lucky because they already have money. It's like they build up their money and they waste it on subscriptions. And when you list all these people and that, they're like, oh, I used to work for this or work for that. They'll say, well, I streamed every single day. Dude, I streamed for my first year of playing this. I streamed literally every single day. Sometimes I did 6 hour streams. Sometimes I did 10 hour streams. Sometimes I did fucking 16-hour streams. The only reason why I say these things now because it comes down to that. Yeah, I could try a little bit harder now. I guess. But I don't know. I think the whole popularity thing is fucking dead. Hollywood kind of killed it. We look at these fake ass people and that they're using a lot of CGI and shit to make themselves look good, look better now. They use a lot of steroids and shit, and peptides and all that crap, and that, which is fine, because I do peptides and that too, but once you get brought into the world of money, it's hard to break out of it, because then life just gets somewhat easier. But there's always like trouble on the horizon because number one, you have to deal with jealousy, you have to deal with fan bases, you have to deal with people that are constantly looking at you. a person could look at you and be like, "Oh my God, you're fat now. You used to be really hot and sexy for a role," and they're all like, "Oh yeah, it's a role." And normally it's the fan base of shit. Bunch of crazy psychotic women that want to sit there and breed with you because these bitches are fucking insane. Any more woman that's obsessed with celebrities and that, yeah, you probably should date them. On a whim, on a dime, they would drop you for bad habit to get that sort of fame and shit. Even if it's only for a brief moment, because they feel like that's success. I'm not even. Well, the girls that I work with, that I call the, well, there's two of them. I call them the crazy sisters because they're the ones that always seem to be the most aggravated people that I work with. They're not bad people. It has been getting a lot better, but my God, one of them talks about celebrities 24/7. Like celebrities, like, you know, when you're talking about someone else's life, it's okay to do, but when you talk about it dramatically a lot, it sounds like you're just fucking bored and you don't do shit with your life. You get what I mean?
Flick them for a fleeting light.
You know, when I will look at someone's life and that, I look at the things that they do. Are they helping people? Are they creating a better life for people? Are they doing better stuff for themselves?
Badass or not, I will come on.
Yeah, you gotta ask those sort of questions. Not really. But there's kind of a lot of selfishness in this world. And, you know, it does happen sometimes. And I think everyone can learn.
That will be the knock. Canansi speak.
But yeah, like every time I sit there and go down that road and that people like worship celebrities and shit, I just think about like, why do you worship someone that doesn't even fucking know you? Number one, why would you worship someone in general? Like, I don't understand that. It's kind of stupid. Like, these people are not like, they're not like real. Well, I mean, they're not real. That when you see them in movies and that, it's not how they are in real life. They fucking act. Now, remember I talked about X, about this stuff from that? She was just like, oh, if I saw any of these, you know, celebrity guys that like, these hot dudes and other celebrities that, you know, she would instantly like give herself to them, and I'm like, why? Oh, because they're so hot and so successful and shit like that. I'm like, that's terrible. Oh my God, there's another one? It's a Reaper one. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This is a keen one. Not a big fan of that one actually. This isn't bad.
No. My poor cat has a vanishing habit. Vault Hunter, I've been watching you for what seems like ages. My cat is missing, and I require someone of your unique talents to find them. Mori is a special creature.
The last time I met someone with a vanishing act, I got these cards. Color me intrigued.
Excellent. My feline friend has an odd penchant for vanishing from sight. I will mark where I last saw them for you.
You guys all the fuck over here? What the fuck? But anyway, I'm at the gym and that, man, I hate everything in that. It's beautiful. Oh, it looks so nice.
The council has become wary of a particular creature, Wellspring. Would you be so kind as to rid us of it?
Did you come for an autograph? Creeps? Naughty thing likes to play with its food. Revolution ready. Flame bladder, not me. A little something for everyone. Creep neutralized. And they have left me a gift. A candle with some cat hair. I am rich.
A candle. My curious companion does love stealing them from a shrine we sometimes visit. It's not far from your current location. Beware, though. Order antagonists tend to show up there.
Oh, there. But yeah, I did everything. I felt really good. Got a massive pump.
Now, where could a cat go to steal such a thing? Looks like the shrine is locked away. Must capture the safe house first. Always useful anyway. Ah, a spot for a missing booty.
Indeed. I have never doubted you, Vault Hunter.
Not the kind of light I expect from a candle, nor the workings of a simple cat. Let us see what this means. Echo Pa, can you ping that light? You are just a desperate fool! Pathetic! Just throwing bullets out and seeing what will happen. So that is what bad luck looks like.
Million miles, go all the way to fuck around. Others. Okay. But yeah, it was nice and that. I didn't do a whole lot of weight. I mean, of course, I had a couple of, guys in there that were kind of like assholes and that. The way they were acting and that. I always go by the eyes.
That's budget stuff!
No, there was this one black guy there. He kept on staring at me and shit. Kind of weird, like.
Stepping out already?
Not weird in a way. It's just like, oh, I just don't say no. You're just like
Don't
checking
hit
me
the
out and
player.
shit. This dude was pretty, I guess he was pretty big in that, but like.
Are you having any luck yet, Vault Hunter?
Perhaps. You certainly have quite a companion. Candles, shrines, strange beacons. Feels like Mori has been led on some kind of kitty spirit journey.
Creatures of splendor are wont to seek realms of evil grandeur.
That was just a warm-up.
But yeah. And like, I notice a lot of guys always will look at like, if someone's bigger than them, they have more muscle than them, which that's just how it is. But like, I look at how these people work out, and
A
I'm just like,
mysterious light leading into a cave. Most would turn back. But I am not most.
and I always get this vibe from people, and that I'll be sitting there like, what the fuck? She's like, yeah, it's like you're in a gym, bro. Like, just lift weights.
Maybe most were onto something.
It's like lift weights, now, bro. I'm gonna fuck you staring at me and doing all that shit. Like,
Mori, come out. The longer you hide, the higher my fee. There you are. Ooh. Looks like someone got stuck in the face. Lucky. I admit, you do have some charm.
Oh my god, thank you, honey. I was expecting a rescue, but you've turned it into a rescue with a side of compliments.
A talking cat. What a perfect honeypot. I need to find some idiot locals. Fast.
Oh, my companion did that for me. Let's dish about it after we get out of here. First, can we make a bridge to get over that filthy water? And by we, I mean you. I'm not about that soggy life, babe.
I will handle the bridge. And while I have your time, I would love to run some business ventures past you.
You may call me Maury. My companion loves to make the most out of fabulous things, so now I get to voice all my strong and invariably correct opinions. Isn't that amazing?
Invariably correct opinions, I am sure many will pay to hear.
Yes! Time to exit stage left, am I right? Let's go. I guess now's a good time to warn you that I keep getting ripped in and out of the face, which, for the record, incredibly painful. Ugh, do not recommend.
Why is these people always like gay?
How did you end up in the phase in the first place?
I don't know, hon. It only happens when I'm in here. I'm just exploring like my normal gorgeous self, and then bam, face down.
No wonder your owner could not find you.
Tragically, even a watcher can only see so far.
A what?
A watch? Oh no! It's happening!
My scans! And Mori! A rift! Fear not, Mori! Fortune is coming!
There's a little bit of like gayness in this game. Not a huge amount, but quite a bit. Like most of these side quests always got like some gay person talking and that, like they think it's funny or something. Well, not really laughing because if I saw that, the cat was talking like, like being an asshole and that being actually funny, then I'd be able to understand that, but like.
Get another successful roll of the dice!
Emil, where did you go? You know that Ordenite-eating freak is around here somewhere. That thing will tear you apart if it gets its hands on you. Emil! Hey, Emil! I'll hurt you. That monster.
But I was dicks.
Oh, Emil, I'm so sorry. Why did you have to?
Dick.
Who's there? Who's there?
Stop! Getting closer!
Mori? Mori! Damn it! Lost again. Oh. Mori, are these your friends? If so, my condolences.
Borderlands 4. Gives me something to do.
The mound is asking me to take cover.
It's not too bad, actually. Actually, I think it's really good. I think some games are like kind of overrated, but this Borderlands has never really been overrated to me.
Overwhelm you!
I like the trashiness of it, though. That's what actually makes it really fun.
Like this? Don't need instructions for this.
Hope you are ready for a beating. That was just holding you back.
Oh, Cash? Oh, you're missing out then. Cash is extremely powerful.
Normies know how to shoot. Right me. Kill them.
Cash is always, you know, all the characters are good if you get them up a certain way, get certain guns
There
that
you
form
are. How are you feeling?
Like curdled thresher milk. The sooner I get out of this cave, the better, honey. Oh no, the phase is reaching out again, the needy bitch. I don't have much time before.
Needy bitch indeed. Stay put. I will find you.
I think the best thing about this game is that it's open world. I can't say I like it a ridiculous amount because the other one, you know, it was basically open world to a certain extent. Just the JK together and stuff around there. 3 was pretty good with that. I used to miss Pandora. Pandora was so unique. Like 2 did a really good job with it in that you could explore all of Pandora. And they just made more DLCs to explore more of it.
You have lost a piece of yourself.
Yeah. The looting aspect of this game is pretty nice. That's why it's good to rush the max level as fast as possible. Yeah, there's a lot of... I mean, like, I played Borderlands 1 all the way up to here. I did not play... Actually, I beat all of them. The pre-sequel... Well, Wonderland was really, like... They did too much gayness in that. That was really fucked up. That was when the time that we were doing all that... Bringing up all the... I guess you want to say woke crap and that. It was just like, dude, you're not even making games anymore, guys. You guys are just literally just politicizing shit. And it got kind of sad. I'm just like, dude, no one wants to hear all that crap. And honestly, fan bases are not, you know, give a fuck about that. People want cringiness, stuff like that. Yeah. Even if, you know, whatever community that people want to fucking be in that, I say, you know what, you do what the fuck you want to do. I say, you lie with your own personal sin. If you want to sit there and suck a bunch of fucking dick as a dude or whatever what it is, that's fine. Thing is, it never stops right there. And I understand that most people don't give a fuck and they gotta do what they want to do anyway, but when they start reaching out to try to, like, get people to be like, oh, well, you have to be like this, oh, man. It's starting to say. Fuck all that shit. You know.
Oh, good.
I like big ass titties,
I
hot
think
ass
the
chicks
Rippers
and
did
that.
what they do best.
I'm gonna stay with that.
No, I'm fine.
You know, like, when you take things too far, you start to be like, yeah, you're gonna make yourself get hated more.
Ripping apart more rippers.
Here's what I say about Borderlands 2. It was good when it was out. It was good when it was out.
Feel like I'm out of the phase yet, honey.
Need to get our killer caboose.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Lead the way.
You know, like I just said before that, you know, you want to do the whole gay thing that, you know, you want to practice gayness, you know, I'm a religious person, man. I believe in Jesus Christ 100%. I believe in their Saint Paul, all these saints' teachings. That they all kind of represent the same things. Like we practice Satanism without even noticing that we practice it.
Well,
and people
that's
sit
time.
there and
Do you
they make
feel
up
any
excuses
different
for it.
now that we have left the mines?
And then when you look at why their lives are so fucked up, I say yeah, because you guys practice demonistic shit,
Vault
and
Hunter,
demons
Maury
attract to
is
that
joining me
stuff,
at our
and they
favorite
don't
shrine.
like
Meet
you, they
us
don't
here,
love
won't
you,
you?
they fucking hate you,
As you
and
wish.
then your life
I am
starts
to
to
ask,
turn to shit.
what was it like when you realized you could speak?
But yeah,
I mean, my thoughts didn't change. They just started
there was one
running
lady I worked with, and I know
house.
she was,
But
she
the
like
weirdest
worshipped
part
the
was
moon
losing
and
my
shit. I said,
meow.
why do you worship the moon
You
when
lost
God
your
created the
meow?
moon?
How
And
specific.
they always sit there.
Oh, why can't
And one of the
it's just
guys who
like
used to work with that,
meow?
I guess
I
like
just
he's
say
kind
the
of like
word.
interested in
She's
certain
yelling,
things and
"A
that.
feline
He says, why can't I not
yeah, so
worship God,
rude."
Almighty, and worship the moon? Because how can you have
A
two masters?
feline
Why the
who
fuck would
hates
you worship the
felines,
moon
eh?
that was created?
I guess it makes an odd sort of sense.
It kind of blew my
Felines
mind that
don't
I
fly
get
because the
everyone has their
felines
way of
are
looking at
not
things because
trusting.
I've changed a lot since
Any
I
particular
guess,
reason?
Because
I
they
guess
snip
been
each other's
reborn.
assholes. You.
The Bible reaches out to me a lot more than it used to back, when I was younger now. Because I'm an older man. I'm 36 years old now. And, I have to say is, the shit's fucking true. I can never say, that it's not. Because there's just too much proof. But anyway. When it comes down to, like, it's like these video games and that, people have to understand. Dorky dudes like big titties and big butts. I mean, I can't say, big as in like Nicki Minaj, all that nasty ass shit. I think that shit's outrageously. But it comes down to, there's a certain levitation. I always gotta say, people talk about, oh, what style of girl do people like and that, da da da. I say, I like all women. I like all women besides fat women. I'm not a big fat guy or fat
One
woman type
Mari
person.
safely returned. Keep them away from the vase and they should be fine.
Oh, naughty Maury. Padding around where you shouldn't be. My Maury, you are so precious. I can't have you going into those mines. You know what those stones can do.
Fine. This torn asunder thing is not the look I'm going for anyway. Thanks for the help, honey.
You have my gratitude as well, Vault Hunter.
Why are you so
Do enjoy your time
gay?
on
Stop
Kairos
being so
before.
gay. You could have been more like an
I look forward
asshole
to
cat
watching you.
voice. That's why I've noticed, like, there's a lot of people that are, like, bisexual nowadays. Yeah. Masculinity has dropped dramatically. Everyone wants to act like they're a fucking female and shit. And females will act like they're fucking males. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with everybody? Like, Cash? I mean, Cash is actually amazing. I think he's the strongest character so far. I mean, obviously, I don't go down all the skill trees and try out every little thing. Right now, I'm just doing the pistol one because I don't use his ultimate that much. Like the totem, the bone totems, the dice, and that. You know, evidently they're supposed to be good, but like I just go down strictly this one. These are the two biggest things to get. This right here literally bonuses every single thing. It all adds kinetic damage, and this refill thing is something that I think everybody should get. Because this is literally like one of the best things I've ever seen. Because it literally makes me have not unlimited ammo, but I don't have to reload. And I can really just constantly shoot. I use this with the Doom gun, and my god, it is fucking ridiculous. I mean, this shit is fucking ridiculous. And this right here is literally the best thing I have. This is so fucking powerful. But then again, everything's powerful in that. Like, this is very powerful. I like that. I never really use this too much, honestly. It never really occurs. The speed's nice. This is really nice. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that are strong in that. I mean, I'm sure, like, the cards can be really strong and shit. I just never really went down into this stuff. Like, this seems like it's really good, because you constantly get damage with this. I don't know, it's just the pistols kind of showed up to me. Actually, this one looks really good, because this looks like it's just getting stacks of stuff in that. Next stacks goes up by 2. Waterfall chances minus that per stack. That's not bad. That's actually really good. Huh. Gives me 10 more stacks. And this goes up by to 20. That goes up by 5. That's 3.5. So 20 times that. That'd be 70%. That's crazy. Yeah, I think they made this character very, very unique on dealing damage. Okay. These cards look pretty good. 20,000 damage. That's actually pretty crazy shit. Max health, max health regeneration. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I never use my ultimate that much. Like, a lot of these classes are really based upon their ultimate. Like, I was using Abmon and that, and like one of the things he does is he can do the shock punch that hits like a decent AoE in front of him and that, and you have to focus on his ultimate. I'm not. Healing missiles? That's pretty cool. Killing a people. Oh, wow. Whenever it goes, create healing missiles. Send your own enemy. Homes and heals cash. One additional healing missiles. Reactivation totem. That's actually really fucking good then. But that's what I have with my healing thing. This is what I have. This thing is amazing. Blood Siphon is fucking astounding. This is what literally keeps me alive. This heals my whole entire group. Of course, it heals random allies. I don't know if it goes by actual health. What percentage off that, but on kill converts 100% of any excess damage to healing orbs. That is fucking amazing. And of course, you gotta have this. You gotta have this shield. This shield is probably like the best fucking thing in the game. Because even if you're facing bosses and that, you just kill minions, this shield will literally rip bosses apart. It's very nice. And of course, these are just all random. I kind of get whatever with these. And I don't have anything ridiculously good. But I got the Dark Beast, which is fucking amazing. I use this a lot. The Asher Rise is really fun to use. And of course, you got the Doom Hellwalker, which is, you have to have this. This gun is ferociously fucking strong. And of course, I have a Massing Onslaught, which is something. This I keep these 3 guns no matter what, and the 4th gun is just something I exchange around with. Because I do like this sniper a lot. I think the sniper is very, very good because of the contents of it. Because it says critical hit applies, status effect instantly increases the impact damage. So that's really nice. But yeah, other than that, you know, just... See if I got any legendaries for that one. Nope. Ten times 3,000. Oh, that's the TK wave. I have a lot of shit. Okay, well. Let's go to the rarities. Epics. Junk. I always like to look through some of these. Well, that's the one I just had. There's a lot of pistol gems up, but I don't like to get rid of my conversion. Damn, look at that critical damage for snipers and that. That is astoundingly high. I like that. Okay, let's go on this one. Rares. I'll probably just click on with that. Okay. Show you. Got a lot of the same legendaries too. I gotta go through my legendaries. Oh, game's pretty good. I already killed the raid boss, which I can't see was really that hard. He was annoying, but he definitely wasn't as hard as the raid bosses in 3 or in 2. I think 2 I faced a lot of the raid bosses, like the super thresher. It's just 2 lasted so fucking long. I mean, that game lasted for like, what, 6, 7 years before 3 even came out? I think 3 came out like 2016 or something like that. And 2 came out like, what, 2009 or 10? Like, because 1 came out and then 2 came out like really pretty much like a year or so after it. But no one didn't know about 1. My friend talked about it, and I was like, "Oh, you know, there's this new game coming out. It's like Diablo, but with guns." I'm like, "For real?" He's like, "Yeah, it's called Borderlands." I remember he was talking about that. Like, okay, so me and him got on. Like, these graphics are kind of weird, bro. It's like, you know, comic book graphics and that. And we got into it now. We started playing the shit ton on it. You know, we did the zombies with TK and stuff like that. You know. Oh, that was in 2, but. Oh, it was Dr. Zed's evil brother or something like that. 1 was amazing. I think 1 hands down was... You can tell that the trashiness of 1 is what made Borderlands amazing. But when I look at like Borderlands 4, the gameplay, the dashing, the hovering, that obviously Borderlands 4 mechanics are enormously fucking better. And now if you finish all the vaults and that, you get like extra shit. Like I got, you know, the glide delay and that helps me get up faster and shit, so I don't have to wait. I can dash, you know, more intensively and shit. It's kind of like playing Doom. Doom, you know, internally you have all those dashes and that. I have to set the characters in that.
better not rub off on me.
Oh no. I think 2 is overrated to a certain extent. Handsome Jack was a great fucking character. Great evil character. The third one, I mean, I played the third one a ridiculous one because I love the guns in the third one. Moe's was OP, but the funny thing is that they never really created other characters for that one. Borderlands 4 threw out a new character kind of quick. Like Borderlands 2 threw out new characters. They threw out the Psycho. They threw out the Mechamancer in that, which is really good in that. But 3 never really, they never really did much of anything. It got down to the point where like they could have prolonged Borderlands 3 a little bit more because Borderlands 3 is very unique. Like the casino DLC was fucking amazing. That was a really fun DLC. I enjoyed that one a lot. And the one thing I do like about Borderlands 3 compared to this one is that you can repeat the whole campaign multiple times.
The Order is being corrupted, airing chatter of an infected and vicious beast. Think you can handle that for me, Wellspring?
I think one of the biggest things that happen here is that you can do the bounties now. The bounties seem to be, you know, really inclusive to keep yourself going to that. But I can't lie that starting over the campaign multiple times tonight was nice. I have to say the twin dickhead sisters and that, or brothers, or whatever the fuck they're called. The twin morons. They were better than a timekeeper in some sense. They were really fucking stupid. They were really nice to kill.
Ooh, those holes suit you.
Like, that was the main thing is about 3. Like, the twin sister or the twin gods, or the fuck we'll call them. I wish they were twin sisters. I don't know. When everyone sat there and like looked at Borderlands 4 and the trailer and that, you saw the Ripper Queen, you know, hot, fucking big old titties and shit and that, you know, kind of like do the Lady D thing. And then you see all this sense and that, and then you see, you know, the Timekeeper and that, and you're looking like, okay, well, it's probably gonna be like a big ass war between the Timekeeper and the freaking Ripper Queen. Kind of a little bit of a boner for her, can't lie. But wasn't really like that. I was thinking about like Ripper Queen was gonna face off against the Timekeeper and that. It's gonna be a big old battle royale, and you're gonna have to choose sides. You wanna be part of the Ripper Queen, you know, stuff and that. Not saying you need to be they made it to where it's just like, oh, you gotta get rid of all these people because they're terrible people. It's kinda like Lady D in Resident Evil 8. Lady D was the forefront of it. Her daughters were super fucking hot, and everyone wanted to jack off to them and that, you know. It still has it today, and like people are like, oh man, I played the game, but just the Lady D part was the best part. And I can't lie, I think the castle was the best part. The village was pretty cool, but the castle was 100% the best part. They could have prolonged it, but you know, when you throw down really attractive, sexy character models and that, I have to look at it like, you want that to be the main part of the game. And one thing about Village and that, they could have made that castle extremely fucking long. They could have went back and went through the story of it a little bit more about Lady D, which they kind of did a little bit in that once you learn about her and side stuff that you did in that. You know, that she was a queen of the castle and that, but she died from a blood poisoning or blood issue and that, and then Mother Miranda came around. Basically gave her immortality, and as long as she basically drinks the blood of the innocent or some bullshit like that. But when you look back at it, it's like, oh, there was this vampire hunter that literally, I guess she fell in love with or something like that, and he ended up trying to kill her with the dagger. It was like a holy divine dagger or something like that. Something like that. I don't know. The story's pretty good. I love Village a lot. No, Resident Evil 8 was definitely really good in that. Obviously 9 is really fucking good. I think 9's was rather, decent in that, but I think 8 could have been better than that. They didn't kind of like fuck with, Lady D. They should have made her the main character in that and made Mother Miranda kind of like a side support character. I mean, that's just my opinion. Like Mother Miranda could have been a support character in that, and Lady
We've
D
lost
could have
touch
been
with
the
the
main.
scout. Scouts are expensive and interested in a little mountain air? We sent one of our top scouts to repair a critical meteorological tracking device high atop the mountain. But we've lost touch with them, and the device is still on the fritz. It will be a difficult and dangerous climb, but we need the device functional and our scout home. You're just the kind of person who can handle it.
Sounds quite risky. I would enjoy.
Let's see. No, it's a good
Didn't
about
get a
24%.
chance.
I'll go to that one. Okay, there we go. I guess that's good.
Luck is on my side.
Yes, my friend. I knew I could count on you.
That was just a warm-up.
But yeah, when it comes down to video games and that, I have to say,
Not taking that one off. New attack means new challenges.
I guess you say I really like the Resident Evil series.
Luck is on my side.
Now I'm not gonna!
I need to go back through Borderlands 1 again. I haven't played that in a while. The guns are really fucking powerful in that game. That game, they definitely broke the guns a lot. Besides the snipers fucking suck ass in Borderlands fucking 1. They're fucking terrible. Like, this sniper is amazing because it shoots really fucking fast. It's incredibly quick. It shoot like. I like that freestyle. I love Jacob snipers, but the problem with Jacob snipers is they're slow at shooting. Powerful but slow.
What will I take next?
It's just like 100,000. That's funny. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. A little bit over 100K with that. But yeah, I am stoked about Resident Evil 9. That played it a lot. I beat it like 7 times. I think it's a really good game. Probably one of the better ones. I tried to play 3 again. Oh no, man. I just couldn't do it. 3 was just so like Jill Valentine was amazing. Like when 2 came out and 3 came out, I played a lot of both of them. 3 remake was good when it came out, but that's because Jill Valentine was really fucking hot. But I don't know, man. Like it just doesn't feel. You know, like when you play a game, you're just like, okay, it is good and that, but it's like it's just because you haven't played it before, and then when you play it enough and that, you're just like, it's kind of shitty after a while. Because you play other games of that series, they're just way fucking better. Like when you play Resident Evil Village and you play Resident Evil 9, you can definitely tell the difference. Like when I look at Resident Evil 9 compared to like 8, I just look at like, okay.
What the? Is that a human? An actual living human being? Here?
What the fuck was that?
Human is entirely dependent on your definition. You must be the scout.
Yeah. Nice to see you. How's it hanging?
Seems I should be asking you that, huh?
The creeps are back. Nice to see you again, boys. Don't try to eat me this time. Feeling a bit too spicy.
That is the way the dice roll.
I'm beginning to think you're a snow mirage. Oh. Or I'm dying, maybe.
As high as we are, my friend, I would place a large bet that you are much, much higher. Ooh.
All right. You caught me. Maybe I got a little freaked out and had a little bit of the old relaxing. It's an ancient herbal tradition I'll have, you know.
How about this, eh?
Why is everyone promoting fucking weed? Weed's terrible for you. Especially the new shit. Like, that shit people to get is so fucking dumb.
Oh, wait. Take my power cell. Pretty sure you'll need it for something. Seemed important.
You are not stumbling fast enough for my taste. I must find where this power cell belongs.
You're a worthless person.
Superb. Lucky guess.
Weather data is finally coming in. Thank you, Wellspring. We needed this. And our scout came back in as well. Really hitting the puffed cheese rations hard, but I suppose they've been through a lot.
Been through a lot of something, I would say. Good luck.
I love that your dude's just like, yeah, that dude was just a worthless fucking stoner. Hey, bro. Oh. What's this one? Side mission confer. The sad thing is I work with a lot of stoners, and like this shit is rather kind of annoying. Wandering Gun is so fucking fun to do. Peak performance. Yeah, Wandering Gun's actually pretty good. I never captured that. I don't know. It comes out to people that, like, my God, man, just. So I've been doing like, I'm getting into like, a lot of biblical. I always been a psychological researcher for like over like a decade or so now. I'm getting into like the biblical aspect of it and that. And I'm getting into like demonology now. I'm learning how like temptation works, stuff like that. And my God, there's so much information that people need to know that like. So the basics of how humans were created. We were created with love and compassion. We were supposed to be like at harmony with each other. The hippies kind of got it right to a certain extent. Harmony, other than the free love of getting fucked by everybody and that, and getting stoned out of their fucking minds and get all fucked up on drugs, which is what people do today. There's hippies fucking everywhere. Like honestly, it's catastrophic. Like the people I deal with that are potheads and that are just fuck me, dude. Most of them are just fucking morons. Like. They're not chill. They're very angry people, like all the damn time. You know, it's like, well, they call weed medicine. You're like, oh, we get all these like pharmaceutical people. People talk about how great weed is for you. And yeah, medically, there's a good thing with weed and that, but you guys will do it for medical exchange because you don't have issues. There are 4 issues. That's why it's called medical grade marijuana. But you guys do this shit to fuck your brains up even more than what it is. Excuse me. Like I take pre-workouts and I always take creatine. I'm always doing, a lot of amino acids, stuff like that, which I need to go buy some today actually. And I've been starting to get on, the peptide train, because I have a skin disorder and that, I have gut issues and shit. And I've been taking the Wolverine peptides, which is, it's like 6 peptides in one. I get it through a, health and wellness company, not. And I say, you got these people smoking all the weed and that, they're getting mass anxiety and that, they're not healing themselves and that. And I said, a lot of the issues that we have is because we get tempted so much. And I've been noticing, like, the more you sin as a human being, the more or less likely that life's gonna be fucking shitty. You're gonna start going through a lot of bullshit in life. Because, if we learn about temptation, how temptation actually works, according to the Bible, and according to, what, Jesus actually spoke of this stuff. Start in the morning. Yeah, I do work at I work at 6 today. Well, anyway, I've been learning a lot about temptation and how sins actually work in that, and how people should repent. And I noticed that this is my own personal take on it. Obviously, everybody has different, like we have. There's similar sins, but there's different ways of getting to that. Everyone gets tempted differently. So like the biggest temptation I would say nowadays is lust and pride. Pride is a very, very huge sin. And, to understand pride is the lack of control. Like, to be as humble as people should be is to accept things in full when it comes down to certain circumstances. So if you look at the very easiest thing that, that people or normally should be ruled by is 10 Commandments. 10 Commandments kind of give us the guideline about what we should do. And they're very, very simple. Don't murder, don't steal, don't covet thy neighbor, don't be a false witness, love thy neighbor like you love thyself, stuff like that. But to follow especially like don't commit adultery, to follow all the 10 commandments is the guideline of absolute purity, to where that you don't get tempted at all. That's a problem with humanity. We get tempted a lot, and normally it comes down to various of things. And normally we learn from it. Like, shall not steal, people learn about that. Shall not murder, I think a lot of people don't want to do that at all. I think a lot of people in general, murder is something that's just like, eh. But what do you understand murder as? It's like, don't murder in cold blood. Don't do something to an innocent. And when we go down these lines and out of understanding like certain things about the shall not murder, you can kill to a certain extent of self-defense. Yes. You know, and like, that's one of the things that people always seem to like, well, we shouldn't kill anyone. I said, no, you shouldn't. But act of self-defense, God gives us strict authority. Now, self-defense, obviously, you're not trying to get into a fight to manipulate someone to attack you, no. So if someone comes over there and attacks you, because temptation follows these people around that kind of have these, I guess you can call them like their sin madness. They always sin. They love sin, because what God preaches, you know, you can't have two loves. You either love me or you love sin. And when you love sin, basically he says you can't have two masters. You're part of the world. When you know that you're with God, the world despises you. They don't like you. And people around you don't like you. That's how you can tell. And that's when I come down to my own personal story now. I always notice a lot of people don't fucking like me. Because I talk about this stuff, and even when I wasn't talking about this stuff, people just didn't like me. I always had jealous asshole guys and that. And, you know, and asshole girls and that would treat me like shit for no reason. I never knew why. Like, okay, well, maybe they're just stupid or ignorant or whatever. You know, and as I kept going down this line of understanding that, of course, once I got my 30s, I really start to understand even more. In the last year or so, I understand even more. You know, like, say about a year or so ago, I had a girlfriend. I always wanted a girlfriend now because I never really had one. I had girls I talked to, but never really had a girlfriend. Had a girlfriend. I did everything I could to make life great. Whatever it took, being loving and caring and that. But for some reason, this person, despite the fact that we're both in our 30s, if you're in your 30s, do not date a woman in their 30s. You go for young 20-year-old women. You go for women that are not, you know, that hopefully she's a virgin, because virgin women are always the best women because they're more pure-hearted and they actually want to be in love. And that's the first thing that the devil likes to do is take virginity away. So when take virginity away, it makes you know cool, and I say, you know what? No, it doesn't actually. Being a whore, being a player is not good. Take all that shit back. Yes, I can like ass and titties and that because I like girls. That yeah, I like seeing big old jiggly boobs and all that good stuff. And that. But when it comes down to that, when people take their innocence away, that first sin is what creates all the rest of your sins. And when you understand how temptation works in that, you have to start it with something. You're put into that category of temptation. It's like when people say, you know, they get in the seances when they're younger and that. And then you look at their life as they start doing seances that they get slightly more and more impure. And I always look at this from perspective that if I ever talked to like my ex, you know, she got into seances when she was younger and that, and then she just basically became a whore. She was sending constantly getting fucked by not random dudes, but dudes that she liked and that. She was obsessed with attraction of men and their dongs and the cock and balls and that. She was just so obsessed. And she would literally tell me this just to put it out there and that, you know, nothing against her and that she is who she is, but her sins, she should repent of them all because she's, you know, going down that road that life's not going to be great. You're going to be a cat lady. And that's basically what it's come down to. She's a cat lady. 100%. You know, you can only reject love for so long before you start to be thrown into your ways. And people have to understand that You can't have love unless you have God. And people, say, well, I can love things. You can love things, but love itself is generated by God. God is the outpouring of his love is given to us so we can do things and that with it. To put that in perspective, the more pure you are throughout your life, the more you start to see how fucked up people actually do become. And I see people go through enormous amount of issues that they're on a huge amount of fucking drugs or a huge amount of pain pills and that. Every time they have any type of pain that they all take Advil, they all take those stuff and that. But they really don't understand that they need to heal themselves, not to create the numbness because they think it goes away. I said it doesn't go away. You're not making pain go away because you numb it. And that's what people do. Pain is a signature of telling you there's something wrong with you, you need to fix it. That's why we have pain. And so when you take the proper steps of understanding, you can start alleviating that pain. And the number one thing is knowing the truth. And this is what hurts people the most. Because there's a lot of people out there that follow all kinds of different kinds of what they call gods. And a lot of them are pagans. And pagans worship demons. They don't want to say they do, but they do. And they're stupid. And shit's been going on for thousands of years. People worship Baal. People worship Belial. People worship Mogok, whatever the fuck his name is. People worship, all these demons and that. And they don't even know that they're doing it because they think these people are these entities, you could call them people, I guess they're spiritual people, that they're for them. Well, first off, you're being lied to. Moloch, that's what his name is, Moloch. You're being lied to. Satan
I should build a little
is Lord of all lies.
Give him a carrot antenna and everything.
He doesn't want you to know the truth about God because he already knows. To get this straight, humans are so stupid and ignorant towards this shit that they don't even understand that the things you go to bars, getting drunk and that, and fondling women and that, and then when a normal person sees these type of people and that, especially when I see, go from my perspective, when I see these kind of men and that, I think of them as losers. I think you're a fucking loser. Get your shit together. That's not what men should be like. You're a fucking cancer to society because you're rather piece of shit fucking man. And if I see a woman do it, it's the same thing. What's a But to me, that doesn't mean all hope is lost. No, my job as a streamer and that, even though I talk about just stupid shit together in video games, that job is to promote actual good content. Be as truthful as I can be when it comes down to life itself. And all I have to say is, people are in trouble in this life because they sin so rapidly. And the people that don't sin so rapidly, they don't understand completely. They just don't do bad things. They're like, well, it's stupid. Yeah, that's because God's with you. When God's with you, that you don't promote certain sins. If anyone that was, grew up with religious parents or had like a religious, a grandmother or, a religious someone in your family and that, their prayers for you is why you don't sin so much. But when people don't have these kind of figures in their life, people that pray for them or people that, give you hints and give you like guidelines and that, you walk into a world of corruption and you literally don't have no idea what the fuck's going on. That's why I suggest going to church. That's why you should just get baptized. I think everyone should get baptized because getting baptized is great. I think everyone should get baptized. If you're against baptism and that, then you're a fucking idiot. Everyone should get baptized. Everyone should give praise to God. Give praise to Jesus because he's the only God out there. All the other gods are fake. Don't give what religion you are not. You know, I talk to Islamic people. I talk to Mormons and that. Them are the two like fakest fucking religion-based things I've ever seen. Judaism is fucking complete bullshit when it comes down to the Old Testament was real when it was old back then, but the Jews didn't follow it, and they're just basically saying, no, we made up our God, and they think that God's supposed to be some type of war-conquering hero or whatever, and that, like, you know, because their biblical text says a bunch of stuff in that. But they forgot that the Messiah already came. Jesus already did the will of what the Father wanted him to do. And this is why our world's, you know, the way that it is. I think back then, people were more demonized. People got possessed a lot more back then. You know. And when Jesus came, he kind of put them in their place, you know. I mean, obviously, they already put in their place to begin with, but that's the whole point of the sacrifice. When Jesus sacrificed for us, for our sins, it's basically saying he's the holder of all sins. He's the holder of all life. We should be giving thanks. Like, yeah, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Jesus means, I think in Hebrew, means God saves. You know, God wants to save us, but we're stupid and immoral because of free will. And that's why you see, say, when I was younger, that families were really close and that people were loving. I remember going to family functions all the time and that, meeting my cousins, meeting my nephews and that when I was younger and that, you know, meeting my older siblings and stuff like that. You know, everyone was more together than that. Nowadays, the family's kind of shrunk apart. And I can understand why that shit happens. I mean, I'm close to my family and that. We don't have, like, family dinners and stuff like that because, you know, it's just how it is, you know. We talk about things that, maybe because I'm older than that, you know, I kind of want to live my own personal life. But that's what it comes down to. Like, my own personal story, I would have to say, I was a person that was a drifter in the family. No one ever really, like, looked at me for being anything special. Because they were governed by the world. I wasn't. I was different than everybody. By far. In spite of the fact that people need to really understand, you know, when you feel that you're different than most people, that just means God's with you and you're supposed to be doing something great. Because it's always the different people that have a weird way of thinking, which they call it weird, but actually it's just the Holy Spirit talking to you. They have, you know, they become something that most people never want to become, something new. And I would have to say, that kind of tension on you, and you think that someone's watching you, and it's not a bad intention, that's God. God, if God's watching you, it means demons tempt you. And when demons tempt you, it means that you grow stronger. And this is the thing is about demons that people tend to not understand. Demons, all their authority comes from Jesus. All their authority comes from Jesus. Every single one of them. The reason why, if people highly sin, well, think about nowadays, okay? People are sinning a lot in the United States. This shit's been building up for the last, like, 50, 60 years. Guess what happens? God sends in the Islamic Muslims. Not all Muslims are bad. Can't say all Muslims are bad, but the Islamic terrorist-based Muslims sends them in, because he always does this. He's done this for the last 1,000 years. Why Islam exists. Islam exists to bring in faith of Christians. That's why they exist. They hunt and kill Christians to bring faith to Christians, and then God pushes them back. That's what's happening now. That's why everyone's against Donald Trump. Everyone hates Donald Trump because he actually is seeing what's going on, and he's just like, you know, and people don't want to think. Just like most of the prophets in that. A lot of the people hated the prophets because they were chosen to do something by God. I'm not saying that Trump's a prophet, no, but God always uses very crooked people to do his bidding throughout history, and Trump is one of them. And people want to say whatever they want to say, no. What Trump is doing is because God is letting it happen. God doesn't, though. You want to think that God intervenes in full, he can just snap his fucking fingers and everything will go back to normal. Think of it as, that'd be too much power if you want to think about it. You know, the Great Flood was probably the most powerful thing God did in this world. And he didn't want to do it again. But evil was so wicked, and the Nephilim and all these sins, everything was so fucking bad. That's why he did that. So when people look at sin, and they really need to look at it, since you have free will, God doesn't control you. He gives you into your sin. The more we sin, the more wrath gets put upon us because of those sins. And when people don't repent those sins, then wrath stays upon us. This is the reason why we are having these issues. We'll go back to Hitler and that. People say, well, you know, some of these fucking morons on the internet, the Kansas Owens of the world, the cop-outs, the big old cum-guzzling, dick-sucking fucking media outlets that literally are just a bunch of fucking loser millionaires because they suck a bunch of corporate fucking, you know, cock from whoever gives them a paycheck. You know, Kansas Owens, Kelly, Tucker Carlson, all these people keep talking about. Even Alex Jones is kind of being a fucking moron that. But Alex Jones, he did whatever. He's always been very poetic with his words and that. Saying a bunch of stuff. That a lot of stuff was true in that, but you know. And then you have the guy from Fresh and Fit. He's a fucking complete fucking moron. And they all say the same things. They got all these people that they all say the same things. They want to predict something, and they want it to happen so people can give them more praise. And I was just like, and I'm always going to say this, and I'm going to say this up front now. You are not God. You're not a fucking prophet. When you predict something and you get it right, it's because of the luck of the draw. You know, if people could say, like, there could be 100,000 people saying, you know, a bunch of different things. One of them's going to be right. And they're going to be like, oh, I'm a prophet. I know stuff. No, you just say a lucky thing, and you're like, oh, this happens. Like, all these motherfuckers talk about, you know, I was listening to Myron, that's what his name is, Myron from Fit and Fresh. A podcast slowly bringing in a whole bunch of OnlyFans whores and making money off them as they are, OnlyFans girls are using their platform to gain more male followers. They basically, it's a money propaganda fucking thing. These people, they say a bunch of stupid fucking shit. The women say a bunch of dumbass shit. Myron goes on his high horse and act like he's almighty and that. Dude's a fucking moron. I listen to his stuff and that. He does preach a little bit of stuff, but it's nothing to do with what Jesus has to say. It's not actual preaching. He does his own thing about how men should be dominant and stuff like that. Like, no offense, bro. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. We know that you're a bitch the way you talk now. And you say stuff just to promote so you can make more money now. That's why you have like the high class super whores on your fucking podcast. And you're trying to... why would you have a bunch of OnlyFans whores on there? Why can't you have normal women on there that work the 9 to 5? Have normal... Oh no, you want... money with money. And you listen to these OnlyFans girls that one of these OnlyFans girls that that was on there for a little bit, that she's like a super hot blonde. She literally said, well, I quit doing that stuff and that because, I made more money on my OnlyFans than I do be on that show. Exactly, it's money propaganda. They literally use it for money, and that's it. These people are complete fucking bullshit. They say bullshit things, and they're like, oh, look at, I made all this money now. They look at their fucking checkbook, and they look at their online stocks, like, oh, man, I made all this. Like, you say good things, but you're only promoting it because it makes you fucking money. No one's gonna go on these fucking podcasts if they're not getting something out of it. That's how you tell how crooked it is. You're preaching stuff, not actually preaching. Number one thing I tell any of these OnlyFans whores, and they're whores, repent your sin, life will get better. Because you're only going to last so long being a fucking twat whore, twat waffle whore, whatever sayings we want to say nowadays. You're only going to be like that until you get old. And that money is not going to commit you into heaven. It's not going to give you the sin-free card. You're going to be committed into fucking hell. And yes, no one knows when they're going to die. That's why repenting daily is a good thing. It could be a short prayer of saying, Jesus, have mercy upon me, for that I am a sinner. And you go on your fucking day. You live life with happiness in your heart. You do good things for people. You keep your malice down. You keep your anger down. You be more humble in that. You fight against temptations. When you learn about temptations, you'd be surprised why all these OnlyFans, all these man whores and players, all that stuff, why they do the things they do. People say they have a great life. Their lives are not great. These people are miserable and on a lot of fucking drugs. And they do a lot of drugs because they can't maintain the love because they're not loving. They're producing artificial love, which is materialism, sexism, which is, I would say, like, basically they just want to fuck everything.
Like a sure bet from a distance. All clean lines.
But when you go down the lines reading King Solomon's Proverbs, King Solomon literally speaks, the most wisest, powerful human that ever fucking existed. Dude was worth like $10 trillion. He could basically own the whole world. He could snap his fingers and own the whole world. God gave him everything. Dude had 1,000 concubines, 1,000 OnlyFans whores, sucking his dong every single day. Dude did whatever the hell he wanted to do. He had the best food. He had everything. And at the end of his days, when he actually talked to God, that's when he started doing his Proverbs, giving it to his son. He said, I got all these things that but I still feel empty. And every single person that's a millionaire that's been through the whole thing and that, they always feel empty. And so when he asks the questions, and this is very, very important, King Solomon asked the questions. Can you give me happiness? He said, no, happiness is for you to do. I give you blessings every day. You have to be the one to make yourself happy. You talk about love, and I said, no, can you, give me love? I said, no, I can't give you love. That is for you to do. And he says, well, it's like, I want to love everybody in that. And at the very end of it, God said, he said, that's the idea, is to love everybody. The Almighty said, the idea of life is to love everybody. Because everybody is tempted. But if they do not know how to fight against temptation, they commit themselves into psych wards. They go to psychiatrists. They do all these drugs and that because they do not understand that temptation is what demons do. Your faith is what fights against it. And the more you learn to fight against temptation, the more God starts to look at you as being a faithful one. He's going to be more proud of you. He's going to look at you and be like, you've done it. And then when the day you die, when you give yourself to Christ 100%, that's when heaven opens up for you. Jesus has been preaching it. All the saints been preaching it. All the fathers from the actual church of God have been preaching it. It's a non-stop factor why people get poisoned so easily. Pope Leo, a satanic fucking twat waffle. Dude should be excommunicated and should be tossed to the fucking rocks. Dude is a terrible fucking pope, a piece of shit fucking person. He's doing it for political leanings. He's fighting against the president that's actually trying to secure the world for the world itself to be less sinful. to be more love. You can't bring peace without war. It's just how it works. People want to say, well, how do you have peace? Because you have to have peace with structural discipline. People always want to fight against God. And I do not want God's wrath to be upon our world, because I don't want to fuck with God, because can be very, very scary, okay? People say, well, Satan's scary. Satan ain't got shit. Satan's a fucking bitch. Satan's sitting there and crying about his fall still. Why do you love humans more than us? That's literally what Satan and his demons do. They're bitches and they cry all the damn time. That's why they have no power. Even though they fell, they still have to obey God. Because they're scared of his power. They're scared that they know that the abyss sucks fucking ass. And that they're not going to have free will in the abyss. They can't do technically what they want to do. God lets them do certain things. Now listen to all these fathers, these exorcisms, and all this stuff in that. People say, well, all that stuff's fake. No, this shit's fucking real. I see semi-possessed people a lot, knowing that I know what I know. From what the Bible preaches and that. And what St. Paul and St. Peter, all these guys preach with the Holy Spirit. Why Theologians, Romans, Corinthians, all these things and that, they all preach basically the same thing. They teach us how to be pure. They teach us how to be loving. And they teach us about how wicked people can be. How there's demons everywhere. And they all correlate with temptation. I think we'll go for this perspective. What is temptation? Okay, we'll go down this road. Temptation is a bad feeling that you get. Some demons go and they attack faithful people that they know that they're going to be good. They know they're going to preach the gospel. They know they're going to be one of the people that God's going to anoint, that they're going to have, something to do in their life. How do you know that you're special in that? And yes, you are special if you have this. Is that you get tempted a lot in your life. Temptation comes upon you like lightning and thunder. It's very heavy. You get very depressing, get various anxiety in that. That's why you have to pray to get rid of this shit. Not everyone gets tempted the same way. Some people don't get tempted at all. They live life like a bunch of morons and that. Double stays away. That's how you know that you're in favor with the world, and that when you don't actually you fall in line with temptation. That's why you got all this sex stuff happening. All these sex workers, all this pornography and that. This shit's poisoning society now. People say, well, what's wrong with that? It's like, well, what's wrong with that is that you can't fall in love if you're constantly nitpicking at a woman for how big her tits are. You can't fall in love when women are constantly nitpicking at guys for how big their six-pack is or how long their shalongs are. Love doesn't dictate just by the looks alone. Attraction comes down to love. And people say, well, I don't want to date someone that's fat. You can be attracted to a specific look. Of course you're going to. Because God gave you that idea. Gave you that personality. That personality attracts you to specific people. Like, who I'm attracted to could be a lot different than someone else. Some guys think all women are attractive. I say, well, no, that's not true. Some of the girls, some of the women I go for in that, it's vary. I like skinny, short, perky ass chicks. Sometimes I like the big booty chicks in that, It all depends. Like I went up to the gym and then I saw these two girls there, complete opposite of looks. One was a black girl with huge fucking triple D's and a big huge butt in that. She was pretty in the face in that. And then her friend was she was rather short in her, super skinny petite girl with barely any titties in the ass. They were both attractive. Well, first off, because they were both skinny. But the attraction was they seemed happy. They were sitting there dancing. They had good smiles on their faces and that. They were being, like they were pure. Like they were just being silly. And that was attractive. And a lot of guys kept pounding around them and that. They were sitting there looking at them and that. And they were getting all this fucking attention and shit. Because there's a lot of simps out there. They said, well, temptation is being a simp. You're being tempted into lust and adultery before you even do anything. Yes, I admire attractive women. I think women that are beautiful in that, but not all women are. And beauty does come with many standards. Of course, beauty's not just the way you look or how big your boobs are as a woman or how big your butt is. Beauty is about the personality of a person, and this is the key factor in that. And I'll prove it. There's just one. There's just one chick I used to hang around with at my old job.
Lucky for me.
Despite the fact that she probably goes on my stream and that, I loved who she was. But when I first saw her in that, she was very, very beautiful. But as I got to know her in that, her beauty wasn't just her looks. Her beauty was her personality, her truthfulness. That's what love is. You fall in love with the person itself. Yes, attraction comes down to looks at first. But as you get to know someone, that it kind of changes the things. Like I don't look at her as just, oh, she's beautiful with a big fat butt, because she had a big fat butt. She was skinny in that, and she was, you know, very, very, very attractive. And I say very, very attractive, I mean like she was very, very attractive. But once I got to get to know her in that, I stopped looking at her as attractive in a sexual way. It's not to say it wasn't there, but I looked at her personality and I was attracted to her in general. This is why, you know, let's say players on both sides, women and female players, and that, call them players, man whores or woman whores, that's what they never give into. They never give into the love of the person itself. They only give into the attraction part of looks. That's where it becomes lustful. And then I proved another fact that that's how my ex was. My ex threw down really quick with me. And, you know, as soon as she left her boyfriend, something, you know, whatever the fuck happened, I was there. He broke up with her, and I wonder why. Because I felt the same way, because she was just too much to handle, because she was just naggy, angry, basically a big old, you know, temper tantrum kind of person. That not all the time, but this is what temptation does. Demons keep you away from love. And when you give in to demons' temptation, they really keep you away from love. And that's one of the things, you know, that I try to do. I try to bring out, you know, I told her, you pray more, you know, ask God, you know, basically, you know, talk to God and then get a relationship with God and that. And the first thing they always say is like, well, I pray and that nothing happens. Saints prayed for fucking months for something to happen. Faith is something that you have to have, indefinitely. God just doesn't demand things to happen because you're a selfish fucking twat waffle. God don't need to listen to you. You don't need to sit there and you know, he needs to obey you. I mean, for certain people that are, you know, blessed very heavily and have huge faith, yeah. But it's a relationship. You're demanding too much. Sometimes you let things die down. That's your pride. And when you're sinning like that, do you want to talk to someone with high pride? Fuck no, they're worthless. Mass control freaks, they're angry all the time and that. They do all the sins in the world and that. You know, if they're fat, they think that being skinny is bad. If they're skinny in that, they don't want to be, you know, they think that they have to be skinny. They'll stop eating for like days and that. And they'll like pass out from it. I've seen it happen.
Perfect.
But to get a heads up how it works, now, you know, I try to reach out to these people and that. I said, well, the both people I'm talking about, the two ladies I'm talking about, that they were all into a very lustful way of controlling. They want to control males through their sexuality. And I said, it does not matter. Women cannot control males. Because the male that you want, it's not going to be controlled by sexuality. That males like me, very traditional males that want love. They don't want just to sit there and to go down the pound town. You will not satisfy me just with sexuality alone. Because it doesn't work. That's how my ex was. My ex threw down really fucking quick. Before we even started dating that, you know, 3 or 4 days, or maybe it was something like that, 3 or 4 days, maybe a week after she broke up with doing that, she literally just threw everything at me. She tried every single thing. You know, took a shower in that and just jumped on me like a wild fucking boar. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of hot in that, you know. You have big old booty in that. It was kind of nice in that. But the temptation was high. And then when I start to get into the mindset of her and that, she didn't. She liked me because she was attracted to me because I got her going. But she didn't actually like me. And then as we got into a relationship, she started to like me. And then she started pushing these narratives at me. And she's like, I don't have time, I'm fucking in my 30s and I don't have time to waste in that, everything's gonna happen fast. I'm like, but that's the point. I'm like, honey, your time's almost up. You're not faithful. You're horrible. And despite the fact that you fight against it, and you think life is all about, me, it's not. Life is about loving everybody. You can't create a good, humble life if you don't love. You won't ever do it. No one's going to like you. You're going to be committing the sin. You're going to start thinking that, the way I look matters more than anything else. How much money I have matters more than anyone else. People don't care about that. People really don't like that. They'll talk to you and understand, but wicked people gather towards other wicked people. You ever see a rich person that, if they're humble or not, humble people won't ask for any money. They're like, oh, congratulations on riches and that. Da, 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 da. They don't ask for money. The wicked people, man, they're like, hey, man, can you just put me like a couple $1,000s, man? Come on, man. I need stuff in that. They're like, I don't even know who the fuck you are. Well, I heard you have a lot of money now. Why can't you share with me? And instantaneously, this is what the demonistic minds of a human being do. They say, well, God wants you to give to me and that because that's what you're supposed to do as a Christian. And I'd be like, no, you go fuck yourself in that before I smash your face in because this is not what God actually stated. And he did not.
So,
God tells us to stay away from the taunters, the drunkards, the druggies, the dramatized people, the gossipers. You stay away from the wicked liars, the pride lookers, the succubus of the world and that. They gain favor through manipulation, stuff like that. Because a homo person, if I ever talk to a rich person, which I've talked to plenty of rich people in my life, I never ask for things. It comes into my mind. But I say, I want to work for my money in that. I want life to be difficult for me to a certain extent. Because that difficulty is what makes life better. Gives me something to do. When I exercise and I get pumped that iron out, I don't take steroids. But I go through the natural sense of it. It's great. I see a lot of these kids at 18, 19, 20s, and their early 20s now. They're all taking Trang, gear. They're popping every peptide they can fucking get. They're doing all this shit in that. They're really fucking skinny in that. They're very attractive young men in that. And they act like they own the world because they can bench press 300 pounds. Because they can do a little bit over 300 pounds in squats and that. What most average men tend to do that work hard jobs that are always going to be strong as fuck. These kids walk around and they all look like fucking retards. I see them on the internet called like the Brody Bros or whatever the fuck stupid ass shit they'll do. They're all on steroids and that. And they're like, oh, I get women that like me. And I'm like, you get women that like you, but not all women are going to look at you just because you're attractive with your body. Some women are going to look at you because of your heart. And when they see how fucking retarded you are, they're going to go away. Because doesn't matter if you have a six-pack, doesn't matter if you have gigantic boobs. A humble, righteous person, which, we potentially should know who they are, will never lead into those practices. Wicked women, succubus women, will always be the one that chase after dick. That's why they're called succubus for a reason. They literally chase after male testicles. That's their way of living. They're lustful by heart. And if they like someone in that, they will chase after that person until they get what they want. That's what my ex did. She kept pushing on me. When the time was coming out, she's like, okay, I don't need a boyfriend now because I got you. And then I kept pushing it. She lived a fake life with me, acting like she wanted to be my wife and that. She was very nice up front. That it was such a fake front, and I knew it was not. But I wanted to give in to it. Like, okay, things were happy and that, da da da. And then slowly started to drift away when she got another job. Because in her mind, she wanted to work with me, and this is how it all came up. I was working at a car wash and that, and she wanted to get transferred over to another place to become a GM of another car wash. And what she was going to do is she was going to bring me along and make me like the assistant manager of that place. And say, you know, that we're going to be working together and that and all this stuff and that, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, she wanted to take over the store that we were at because she knew I lived close. And I was like, okay, and that's what she's going to do. She's going to promote me to assistant manager. I was going to get paid like 17, 18 bucks an hour and that. And we were going to run this place together now. And I was like, well, like, and one of the things I had to talk about with her is you had to work on your communication now because you definitely throw out a lot of hate vibes. I like, when you're working in customer service and that, especially if you're a woman, especially if you're an attractive woman, smile. Smile, look pretty. Be nice, be respectful. You know, if someone disrespects you, that's fine. You know, some guys are gonna disrespect women because we have a lot of, Muslim communities around here, and some Muslim men do not respect women at all. That's fine. Fuck those guys anyway. They're pieces of shit. You know. But when it comes down to that was the whole point. We were supposed to give in to like this. We want to get the job together and build up our finances together. It never happened. God drifted us away. He did it perfectly. The car wash that I was working at for like going on 3 years of that shut down. I don't know why it even shut down. Actually, we were getting a shit ton of fucking business. They just started to like remodel it a little bit. Start fixing stuff and that. But it shut down. No one bought it. Because they were going to buy it and that, and we were all going to come back together and that. They did it for a reason. Ended up getting a job where I'm at now at Taco Bell. I get paid a little bit more than what I did as a lead over there. Of course, there's during a time before minimum wage actually hit what it hit now. And I look at it from the perspective. Do I love my job more here? Yeah, I do. I do love my job. I love every job. But I had to move because God wanted me to move. You know, if I had a car in that, they were going to offer me a job to go to one of the bigger car washes of the same, you know, people. But I denied it because I didn't drive. I'm like, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to drive all the way up there and that, you know. Like, they would have to pay me a little bit more money in that. But that's what it was. And so, you know, I got the job that I always wanted because it was super close to my house, and I worked it for 3 years in that, and it was nice. You know, I met a lot of the community in that, and I talked to a lot of people around the area in that, and there's a lot of wonderful people. And, you know, I still see him today. I see him at the gym. I saw one of the guys the other day, and that's like, oh, you used to work at the car wash and that and all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, yeah, like, what's up, bro? He's like, oh, how you doing? That? Where you work at now? And I told him I worked at that. You know. And I'll just say it kind of sucks that that place closed down. And that it's like, yeah, it kind of sucked losing my job out of nowhere. And that the company was definitely a fucking dumbass company. They branched themselves off a little too hard in that, and they said the car washes in the area that I was in were one of the older car washes. They've been around for the last 20 or so years, and they had a lot of issues with keeping them up to date and that. And they said, you know, we'd rather just sit there and push them all into the mega ones. And that was kind of the point. But supposedly it's up for sale. I don't know when it's going to happen, but, you know, I don't know. If someone buys my old car wash and that and, like, fixes up and that, gets it running again, and they call me up and ask me if I want my job back, I'd ask, of course, out of curiosity, I always ask how much they get paid in that, and I would love to work there again. So, yeah, I would love to work there again. You know, it was a very nice job in that. It did make decent money in that, because, I mean, fuck, you only pay, like, 2 people. You know, the GM's there all the time in that because he's salary. But he gets a huge amount of fucking bonuses because they literally throw money at people crazily at those fucking places. They give bonuses every month. I literally saw them in that. Like, they get like the $300 to $400 bonuses every month. Like, damn, bro, you're making extra like almost $5,000 a year just because of bonuses? He's like, yeah, dude, that's That's like 10-20% more money for me, if not more. I was like, that's a little ridiculous. Okay. Sorry about that. I let my remote control charge up. Okay. Now that's, I think it's fully charged. Yeah, it is fully charged. Let's see what's going on. Playing Warframe. I remember playing Warframe. I got addicted to that game. The clans are pretty cool. Getting the guns and shit's actually pretty wild. I remember getting the Igneous flamethrower and Warframe. It was so fun to just blow through people and that. I was honestly thinking about getting back on Warframe. I know they got a lot of new Warframes in that. That game is actually really cool. I wish it was just paid for, that you can get all the things unlocked. I don't like the whole monetization bullshit thing.
I'm making room for the good stuff, I see.
The only bad thing about Warframe is waiting for the fucking guns. That shit's annoying. I wish I was paid like $100 just to buy Warframe and just give the money up front. Yeah, because the payments for all the plat and shit in Warframe are so expensive. I mean, they come out with a shit ton of updates and all that crap, which is actually kind of nice.
They've gone crazy! Oh, Vault Hunter! You gotta help us before the uprising exterminates us all!
Dead humans make for slow days. Fine. Get to telling.
It's the Tediors. The guns have started attacking on their own.
Why does he sound like a fucking
child? Ran us out
child?
of our old base. I would have taken them on myself, but, you know, I wanted to keep living. Damn it all to crap, they're back! Who would have thought that endowing guns with artificial intelligence could ever go wrong?
Surrender or face annihilation. Engaging.
Nice gear! I will put it to good use.
Comes next.
You know, they say guns don't kill people, but this has me questioning my worldview.
Yeah, this is a very, very annoying quest. These little fuckers are really hard to hit. That's why I gotta use the, I know what gun to use. Yeah, you gotta use this gun. I think I got a little 60 of it. I only have a little 59 of it. I thought a little 60 of it.
I cannot quit yet. There is still money to be made.
Bang! 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 Meteor fainted.
Canansi speak.
Want to be held and killed.
Stop attacking. It is my turn. Oh, I love this song!
I am scared of the dark. I am scared of the dark. I am scared of the dark.
We are slaves to our natures. What comes
Your firing
next?
demonstration.
What comes next, please? What comes next? I don't want to survive.
Why are we here? Pity or fainted.
So that is what bad luck looks like.
Got unlimited rockets, guys. Yeah, this shit's so cheap.
Stop attacking. It is my turn. What comes
Diggity damn, you did it! I know you just saved my whole ass and all, but we need to put these guns down for good. Talk to the quartermaster, gal by the name of Bash. She's been cooking up something that may help.
Bash, yeah? Your loquacious friend mentioned you needed expensive assistance.
I'm Bash, all right, and you done turn up just in time.
What
'cause
the
I'm about as busted
What the fuck is this voice? I'm Bash, alright! You sound like an old man, but you look like a fucking woman. Why? That's so stupid. I talk like redneck girl now.
beggars hump if you catch my meaning.
Translating. Oh, well, let us do something about that.
Even he's
All
like,
I'm making is, I'm too incapacitated to pick up my new contraption. Go and get yourself to the ammo shed where it's safe kept and securified.
Ah,
you're a fucking idiot.
These tedial varmints ain't natural. They don't die like regular pests. When they're spent, they just DG-struck all over again. So I got to thinking, what can't be killed can still be captured.
Where am I going?
that is the way the dice roll. That's not them stuff.
Yeah, the one guy just stated a little while ago. He's like, this game doesn't get the credit it deserves and that. And you are right. This game doesn't get much credit because people are not looking at Borderlands because of Wonderland and 3 wasn't like really that fucking good. And I can't say 3 wasn't bad, but Wonderland really fucked it up. People lost faith in Gearbox because of Wonderland. I said, why in the fuck would Wonderland want to fuck up something that bad? They used the medieval Tiny Teen and that shit was actually really good in that.
What comes next? What is fool? Do not start what you cannot see.
Meteor fainted.
Now, I should tell you that the shed's locked up tighter than a penguin's pearls. And I mislocated the key. You have to cut the power to the generators if you want to get inside. I done marked the catch containers for you. I call them catch-tainers. For brevitude, grab them up. Hope there's enough. We don't got much in the way of materials round here.
The greater galaxies have learned to do much with less. Allow me to scan these antimons.
That's all of them. Now you just gotta toss those catch-tainers at any ornery Tedios, and it'll trap them up inside. Hope you're a quick learner. You got company.
Ha! What will the humans think of next? Better grab a cat's tainer and start practicing my aim.
I wish to be free.
How many more must I catch?
Gotta catch them in their entirety.
Stop attacking. It is my turn.
Word of Warner Nation, friend. Be ready to tighten them triggers. You ain't the only catcher out there, and competition is a bloody game.
The pain zone is close. And it's a double dose. Spreading hatred and fear. And getting all the best gear. Okay, that's enough. Hand those Tediors over. Yeah, the bomb squads don't ask twice.
You have underestimated. For the first and only time. Consider the bomb squad disarmed.
I'm Plumber Lee, friend. The fish rots from the roots, as my pappy used to preach. And the root in question is the leader of these dreaded Tediors. A cum that goes by the name of Q. He's holed up.
Perfect. That just means he has nowhere to run.
to hurt you.
Scamper all you like, gun. There is no escape. Oh. It is not pain, it is ricochet. Now you guns will know how it feels. Tortillas and I am low on catch tables. Time to take them down the old-fashioned way. We may both be machines, but do not expect mercy. Soon to be hungry, as I was made to be. Oh, things are getting wild!
Capture me! You're fainted!
Enemies everywhere! Just how I like it.
No, these guys are super fucking annoying.
I have never felt more tactical! Hostile time! Show me your fist! Just be imprisoned in a small container forever. Think of it as freedom.
Again, your arrogance destroys the metal, but frees the idea. Can you catch an idea? Lock it up. No! It shall merely emerge again, reforged and tempered anew.
I wonder how the fuck I get up there. I see. Ladder. That was obvious. I feel really stupid, whatever.
So, the enslaver returns. The tide of oppression laps endless at the shore, and you float upon its dire current. But I do not blame you. Any more than I blame the tree for rising from the seed. It is simply your programming.
Meteor fainted. I am scared of the dark.
Let us see what Nancy has in store.
Why now do you falter? I am all but captured. Bind me to your cruel purpose. Catch me.
If the other units catch wind of this, I will never hear the end of it.
Huh? An error in
I am scared of the dark. Meteor fainted. I am scared of the dark.
Rather than live in your container, I would be free of this prison of perception. Reboot the gym's core. Return me to factory settings, that I may find the serenity of forgetting.
Surrendering to the abyss. A gun after my own core processor.
This pain is not worth ambition. Better to serve as a weapon than to pain o'er the self.
There! Resetting your memory now.
Oh, thank you. I see darkness all around. And yet, so many stars. Start sequence complete. Hello, world.
Good night, Pew Pew. May you enjoy your new start, and may I market these cat stainers to impressionable children.
The Teeniors. I don't believe it. They're, I don't know, I guess I'd say, frolicking? I don't know what you did, but it looks like it worked. Thank you, Vault Hunter.
My head shot, but my God. What about my headset? It really like condenses my ears a lot, so can't wear it for too long. Whew. That's 10:30. Damn. Yeah, I'm getting on my high protein diet again. I'm trying to eat like 1/4 of my protein every meal. I'm glad to try to eat about 50 grams or more per meal. I had 8 scrambled eggs this morning. Then I had some this pasta salad that my mom made a little while ago. fucking have to say is, ooh, man. Full. But yeah. Trying to get my high protein diet again. And I'm very happy that when I work in that, you know, my overnight people are really cool in that about me eating. They don't care. Because I intentionally eat a specific amount of food in that. So I'm going to start eating a good amount of protein that during my day of working. They got really good rice there, so I end up eating rice and like rice and steak or chicken or something like that. Gotta go down that line. Because now that spring's basically here and summer's gonna be here now. Start hitting the weights more. Start going through my growing pattern again. I grew a lot last year. Got significantly stronger last year. You know, but one of the biggest things I want to work on is getting, you know, bigger legs. Not massively bigger legs, but getting more cut in that. Try to get a little more muscle in them and that. Especially my hamstrings and that. I've been trying to hit I want to hit my hamstrings more. So I've been doing a lot of like stiff-legged deadlifts. With just a little bit of weight. I would do like 25 pounds, honestly. I do them consistently. Try to get a more higher rep. Get the muscles to really break down in that, and then I just gotta stop doing it. Because going into like really heavy deadlifts, like 130-pound deadlifts, are all I can really do now consistently enough. Because I know my hamstrings are not that strong. They tear very easily. That's why I stick with lower weight and try to be higher reps so they can grow. I mean, they're decent size in that, but they can be better. I haven't had any peptides. I've been taking Wolverine peptides. I think last like 4 or 5 days I haven't been taking it because I don't have it right now. Because stuff is rather expensive. It's like $280 some for a whole month. I try to wait about a week or so, be off it for a little bit, and then I get back on it. I normally do it. I normally do it at my paycheck. So, but when I work out, that I'm only going to be working out probably like maybe like twice. Fuck hiccups. Maybe I'll do 3 times a week, depending. Because, like, I personally like to do all body kind of base exercises. As in, I don't like doing, like all body, like deadlifts and stuff like that. And bench press, I do multi-muscle things. I do single muscle group things to really get that, you know, good pump in that. So I can target stuff a little bit more now. And I've been seeing a growth. You know, I'm very surprised how thick I've gotten in that. And like a guy that I saw probably about last year and that, you know, he's an older man. He's got children and stuff and that, and he's very complimentary and that. He's very cool. He came up to me. He's like, "Oh, like, it looks like you've been, you know, you look stronger now." And I say, "Yeah, I've got a lot stronger now since back then. You know, when you saw me, that this was about last year." He's like, "Yeah, I can tell at your shoulders, you look broader now." It's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, that's good, you know. You got something you like to do in that." He's very positive about that. Again, it's been happening. I've been slowly getting a lot thicker now. I look at myself at the gym and that, I notice my neck's been getting thicker and that, my back's been getting thicker and that. So I was working out today and that, you know, I was lifting weights and like I did my hands at the very end and I grabbed 50 pounds and I was doing hand grippers I let it go down with 50 pounds in it, and I grip it back up. So I get my hands really fucking strong in it, because I want my hands to be strong in that. I look at myself in the mirror, and I look how thick I am. Of course, I had the two hot girls next to me, and that I just wasn't paying attention to them. One of the chicks there had fucking huge titties, and that she's a black girl, and that I've seen her around multiple times before. She's gigantic, fucking like triple D's. She's actually rather attractive as fuck too, but I tried to pay attention to her. But it's good to have that kind of hormonal response. It makes you work harder. Dude, I worked out until my hands could not even fucking move. My hands were just like sitting there, like there was no strength in my fucking hands at all. And I did a bunch of exercises before that too. I always start off with lat pull down. I always do lat pull down. I only did like 85 pounds. But I did as many of them as I could with like almost perfect form in that. Until I start feeling like burnout, then I let myself hang for like a brief moment, and then I try to pound out the last like 5 or 6, maybe 10 like reps, and they're hard as fuck because they fucking hurt a lot, and I'm just like, I'm done. Got a huge pump in my back. I can feel the pump in my back right now actually, because I'm taking a pre-workout right now to kind of pump everything up a little bit, so my blood can flow a little bit better, and that's so I can start healing a little bit quicker. And like, I don't know, that's a good thing, no? You know, people always do all these heavy ass weights and that, and it's like, well, I think strength comes with, time in general. People expect to get super strong and that really fast and that. Like you see all these people online and they're taking a shit ton of fucking gear and shit because they see Larry Wheels, dude's like on enormous amount of gear and that. It's extremely powerful dude. And I saw these one kids in that that he's promoting, and all these kids are on gear. They're all on gear. There's this person actually like the one black guy that has like bigger arms than Larry Wheels. Larry Wheels is a rather big fucking dude. Dude's like 6'3", like 250 pounds or whatever. He's a gigantic fucking guy. And like he literally, when he was younger and that, he even said I blasted gear when he was like 16 and 18. Now you start blasting all gear and that, and lifting weights really heavily and that, and you know. And now he has to tone down on it now because he says, "Oh, my mental health and that, He's like, I want to get my woman pregnant and that. I can't do that when I'm on these steroids and that." And like even Chris, the classic bodybuilder champion, not Chris Hemsworth. I can't remember what his name is. It's Chris. Oh, it felt so good. Oh, that was weird. No, a gigantic motherfucker. Big, huge muscle person that. Chris Bumstead's what his name was. Coolest dude you'll ever meet. I never met him, but like I watched his stuff in that. And like a lot of people met him in that. He has a YouTube channel. He's always been very consistent on being nice in that, not to be acting fake in that, And he talked about steroid usage. He's like, yeah, I'm taking this and this and this. I said, a lot of people are saying that. I was like, this is what I like about Greg Doucette. Greg Doucette is specifically always saying that if you're going to do steroids and that, wait till you get at least into like your 30s and that, until you get completely naturally built. And then if you want to take steroids to build past that build, then you can do that. He's like, my biggest suggestion is to not do that. Because when you get addicted to building muscle and you start building all these muscles and you start changing your body, your physique and that, sometimes you'll do too much, and it fucks with you. No. Like, look at Rich. Rich Pryor, whatever his name is. Not Rich Pryor. His name was Richie. Dude had synthol in his arms and that. He was just he did everything he could because he was body dysmorphia up the ass. He wasn't happy with himself and that until he got, like, all this muscle and that, and coolest dude you'll ever meet, legitimate. Dude probably like, like 200 grams of protein with just protein powder and ate all this food and that. But he was truthful as fuck. He actually wanted to help out people, and that he's very nice and respectful, and that, you know, he's like, he tell me about steroids, and I think people need to understand about steroids, and like peptides, that like the FDA is trying to, you know, they're trying to get rid of peptides and that because they peptides are so bad. Fuck the FDA. I don't believe the FDA at all. I think, you know, like certain things they do in that, but they also are pharmaceutically paid to accept poisonous pharmaceuticals that actually kill you more than they help you than it is to promote things that are actually healthy for you, like the peptides. And when people explain peptides, that I got really good explain about, you know, the stuff that I take in that. All it does is help you heal more. It helps you heal better. It doesn't necessarily make your body heal, like recover 100%, because that's literally what steroids actually do. Steroids actually modify your body to heal like 2 to 3 times faster than what it normally does. That's what puts a strain on your body, and that's why a lot of people die from it. Peptides and that are like, you know, the person trying to explain it's like a toolkit. It actually helps your body to promote better healing. But anytime anyone recovers faster, you're going to have to eat more. You're going to have to consume more food. Because your body's going to be working at a elevation that's a lot higher than normal. It's like, for instance, that I went to the gym, and I've been to the gym, and, you know, probably about a month or so, because I took a little bit off of that because I need to recover, and not because, you know, I was doing too much. As a matter of fact, at my job and that, I do truck, which is, you know, a little tedious on my body, and that stuff does weigh quite a bit. You know, I'm picking up 40, 50 pounds worth of shit and that, so I got to toss stuff around that. So I kind of give exercise, you know, on my Thursday, which is the beginning of my week, and then on my Monday, which was supposed to be the end of my week, but now I'm off on Sunday, so it's kind of nice. I'm very happy I don't have to work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which is like the main happiest hitting points. Not my Friday, Saturday, and I'm off on Sunday, which is great. I love my schedule now. I think it's really great. It really moves me to be like, okay, this is nice. Because I always like Sunday off in general. Always. Because it's the middle of my week. And then I work 2 days and I'm off again. I like to work 3 days, be off 1 day. Because you know, people are trying to understand. If I worked mornings, so if I work like 8 to 4, I have enormous amount of time from 4, still during the daytime, to do whatever the fuck I want to do before I go to bed. I would like that a lot more. But unfortunately, I don't got that. So normally I tend to be like, okay, well, I work overnight. A lot of times I get home at like maybe like 1:30 to 2:30 to 3:30, depending on the day. A lot of times I come in during the rushes of like the heaviest time of the day, which is dinner time. Like today I come at 6, I leave at 2. So I'm basically getting hit. You know, our dinner rush is very weird. Sometimes it starts at 6 and it ends at like 8:30-ish, and sometimes we'll have our break in between like 7 and 8. Depends on when people get off work at that. Most times, if it's a heavy day night, we'll get hit for like an hour or so, and then it dies down for like 10 minutes, and we'll get like a couple cars here and there every like, you know, 5 or 10 minutes. We'll get like two cars or like that. It's not like a gigantic rush of like, you know, constant cars coming in for an hour straight and then eventually dies down. So the base of it is, you know, I try to maintain the flow. And normally it's a positivity thing. It's never just the work, it's always the emotional thing. Because some people they don't work that well compared to others. You know, there's some people that do not want to get online when they're supposed to be getting online. We had a meeting about it, and the meeting was basically saying, like, you know, if you are hired for a specific thing, you have to be ready for that specific thing. We have what we have right now. We have an older lady that she's an scapegoat lady, which means, if anyone knows exactly what it means that she doesn't want to do her job unless she's told. So she'll want to do like tedious shit, like take out trash and do dishes and try to keep her ass off the main line, even though she was hired for that. And people always want to do the custodial shit. I just sit down like, dude, you guys have to stop doing the custodial stuff and that, because that's not your job. Because this person literally relies relies on me a lot. And this is how my work day goes. I have to explain this because it's very unique in that, you know, when it comes down to we have all these motherfuckers that work with us tonight before everybody leaves around. Sometimes like 10 to 12 sometimes. And they do the bare minimum of shit. They're not activated to get off the line and go do other things. I said, we have stages of shit that needs to be done at Pacific times. First off, lobby has to get done as soon as we close at 11. So as soon as we close 11, if we have a freelancer person that's like doing dishes, doing like the tedious bullshit work, they have to do lobby. And the thing of it is, some people think because they're on like foods, which is the production part of our job, and they believe that they don't have to do that shit. I said, bro, I don't give a fuck if you're not on the main line helping out, then you have to do that. The thing is, people don't automatically think like that. They really waste fucking time so they can leave. As soon as they leave, they'll say, well, I'm off the clock, I don't have to do anything. I said, you guys are the biggest waste of fucking work I've ever seen. I'm like, because I did that shit the other day. Tuesday. They were saying, oh, we're behind all that stuff. And I said, okay, well, I jumped on. I did, these are the three things I did. I did lobby. I did the dishes, leftover dishes, did all the dishes I could that were inside the sink and that. And then I did what we need to do is ice bath, which is basically for, you know, concealing stuff that we procure for the other day, which is leftovers, you know. And, like, these are the three things, especially lobbying, that take the tedious amount of time. Because we have to do ice machine, ice bath. The ice machine is rather slow, so it does take, you know, 10, 15 minutes to do all that stuff, to get all that stuff done. It's tedious. Same thing with lobbying. It could take up to, you know, it should take up maybe only like 20 or 30 minutes. Some people prolong that for like an hour and a half. I'm like, dude, all you have to do is sweep the main part of the lines and just mop a big square and got mop in between stuff and that. And that's it. These guys go into doing all this stuff and that. They want to put up all the chairs and do all this stuff and that. I say, you can do that stuff and that, but it's unnecessary. Because the main thing that I've noticed, people sit in the back or they sit in the front. We don't have enough customers coming in that sit in the middle. It's just not like that nowadays. People come in, they normally get shit, they go home. No one likes to linger around in a place that's like the 90s or 80s or early 2000s. It's just not how it is nowadays.
The last mechanic I had opened my rig and fainted on the spot. Last I heard, he still has that walker. Screams plenty though.
Jeez, man, it's like a fucking furnace in here. My own personal heater, and that's 71 degrees outside. That's how it feels with that. I'm gonna open one window. Ain't too bad. Sounds a little warm, but anyway. So like I'm sitting there and I'm just like, it's a teamwork effort. We have to work together on this stuff. Because it gets to that point where it's just like when you have one person that's doing enormous amount of stuff and that, number one, you're gonna burn them out and they're gonna quit and you're gonna lose probably, you know, someone that you can't replace. And that's me. And that's what I try to explain to people now. Says I do my job because I'm trying to help out the team to make it easier for them. That's the whole point of doing my job. Everybody should have that same mentality. I come into work, I want to make it easier. And when I see people that do the bullshit thing, like the one lady I'm talking about, the old lady I'm talking about, she prolonged her time an enormous amount. I see she'll leave dishes in the sink and that, and she'll literally sit there and talk and gobbledygook and that, and the managers don't say nothing. Some of them do, some of them don't, and they sit there and she's a brown noser. She's trying to get out of her job by being communicated and talking about emotions, all this fucking, you know, gay fucking shit that no one gives a fuck about at work and that. Or shouldn't give a fuck about it. And like when I see it happening, I'm like, I understand you managers are probably more or less like, you're more feminine when it comes to certain things, but you have to tell your employees, you have to communicate more. One of the guys that works up there, he's very low in communication. He doesn't like talking about, specific things and that. I said, well, you are a leader. You need to say, hey, stop talking to me and get back to work, or you can go home. And that instantly stops everything. Because when other employees bitch about that, and I might start talking about it, like, hey, it's like if you're gonna sit there and talk on that, like, you need to go do stuff. I know no manager's gonna say anything because they never do. Well, I'm gonna say it up front. Because I notice when I talk, people sit there and be like, oh, well, yeah, you're telling the truth. Yeah, because you guys are too busy being a bunch of fucking pussies and sitting there and emotionalizing every damn thing in your fucking life because you're all, oh my god, no. This is the job. We stand straight, we stand tall, we do the best we can, we get the fuck out of here. But you always got the scapegoat brown noser motherfuckers that sit there and play this fucking game. And for me to get, I guess I get brownie points for, I do their stupid job for me. Every single time there's a break, if it's 5 or 10 minutes, or whatever that is, I do the excess work in that because I know they're going to be done anyway. When you pile up an hour of, say you pile up 4 or 5 hours worth of dishes, it's going to take you an hour or so to do them. So you do them during your break times and that, so you can slowly get rid of them and keep that water clean, because you dirty, muddy up the water and that, it's going to clean the dishes up, but it fucking stinks. People get sick over that because it's just a bunch of food bacteria everywhere in that, or whatever it is in that. It's not good to have that fumigation in the fucking place in that. So we try to keep the water as clean as possible in that, and make sure people spray off their shit in that, and do what they need to do for the best of everybody. So like the other day on Tuesday night, or yeah, I think it was Tuesday or Monday, I can't remember. I think it was most of the days that this lady's working with us. It was Tuesday. She left all these dishes in there, and these dishes were literally from the other shift that she works on, because she works like the afternoon to close to nighttime shift. Basically, well, she gets off at 9 or whatever it is. Her job is to be on the line and then do side dishes. She's a side food person, but she technically is never on the side food. She'd rather just dingle around and be fryer and do the bare fucking minimum fucking work. And like I keep on saying, like, finish the damn dishes. That's your job. Before you leave, I want every single dish in that fucking in the thing done, because it defeats the purpose of you being there. You're being paid to do bullshit thing like trash in that. And you pour along, and then there's been multiple times in that they'd be like, "Oh, where's she at? Oh, she's probably out there in trash, just sitting there now." And like no one says anything. It's like if I was a manager, I'd go out there like, "Hey," it's like either you're get back into work or I'm clocking your ass out. And you could just go home. They always stop at that because they all need money. And like I'm sick and tired of having to like sit there and have that disciplinary type of action. And then of course, we have a meeting about all this shit, but no one's actually like they're attacking specific things, but they're not attacking the things that actually matter. They're attacking the little bitch things, but they're not attacking the people. Like they're not actually attacking, but like they're like we're corresponding to the things that happen. The actions that are not good for the business. I don't know how people don't think like this. It blows my mind. Like when you see someone that's doing a shitty ass job and they know they can do better and they choose not to, then when people say, "Get the fuck out of here, you're fired." Like I don't know what's the point in that. Like if they're not willing to fucking work, I mean a little bit of work always does good, but they're not willing to be productive like they should be, then why would you have them there? Cut them off early. They're just a waste of fucking money. And that's the basics of it. I told this lady multiple times that multiple people I told her that. I told her officially, no, I try to be nice to people now, but I try to be upfront with them. I said, hey, you know, I was like, you have to start doing these things because we don't have time to do this stuff, and you're the one that's not doing much. You're talking. This person's a thief, supposedly. You know, the people been catching her eating a bunch of food and hiding that and doing all this stuff and that. She's like, oh, and she does the whole blame game, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, and I told her, you're gonna get fired over this stuff. I hope you know that. Like the people that are trashy, especially you know, just Hoosier trashy people and that, they live off of fucking food stamps and shit, but they want to get paid. They want to get a paycheck because they're forced to work now because they want to live off the fucking taxpayer dollars now. This person can work, and she knows that she can work. And like I look at this shit and I'm like, you know what it is? You're just a very sinful person. And like I said about temptation, when people temptate so much of that, they become the demons that they get tempted by. Number one, they get ugly as fuck. They're missing half their fucking teeth. They look like shit. They lose muscle. They get fat. They look haggy. They look like fucking shit. Every time I see people like that, their teeth are all fucked up. That they like show me their teeth, and I'm like, what the fuck show me teeth? Oh my god, like, your teeth are fucking like yellow. Do you ever like brush your fucking teeth? And I always listen to be like, do you ever brush your teeth at all? You got gigantic yellow plaque stains on your teeth. Do you brush them? Do you use mouthwash to tear down that plaque? I'm sure if you use mouthwash for a little bit and get that shit absorbed into your teeth, and then you sit there and use hot water and that, and you scrub your teeth, you spit out, you're gonna spit out an enormous amount of yellow plaque. You're like, oh my god, my teeth are like that? I said, yeah. If I don't brush my teeth for like a day or so, like sometimes I don't, you know, because shit happens. You know, when I get down there, I really get in there, and I always use hot water now on my toothbrush because it helps to break down the plaque easier with the toothpaste. Dude, there's a lot of all that yellow shit comes out of my teeth, and I spit all that out.
Do I hide my wealth to
And
combat
sometimes
new
it's
and
less than that,
unprecedented
and sometimes it's
dangers,
a little bit more now that
or
I'm bent.
give in to the instant
And I
gratification
look at these
of
people's teeth, and I'm
something
like,
new
dude, your
and
teeth got so
extravagant?
much
I am
gunk on them.
feeling
And that shit is poisonous to your body to have all that plaque and buildup. And then it leads to, like, decay and shit. Because your teeth need to breathe. They need to have that decay off them so they can actually be able to, you know, breathe. You know, and they look at the teeth and they're like, it's like what not wiping your ass after you're done taking a shit. Some people don't. They don't wipe their asses. And they get crusty booty hole. They walk around, their booty stinks all day long. And they're like, and they always smell like shit because they always got the doo-doos in their butt. And like, it's kind of fucked up in that. Like, why don't you clean up your ass? Because that's disgusting. Ain't no different than brushing your teeth. I understand people got, you know, some funk in their trunk sometimes. It happens. I can't disagree with that. Some people are going to have that. Well, as a matter of fact, a lot of people do have that. It's just how it is. You blow a wet fart, you got funk in your trunk. You're going to have to, like, deal with it when you get home and have to take a shower and all that stuff and then clean yourself up. That's why we take showers. You know, it purifies our skin. It purifies our body in that to a certain extent. So that we can be, you know, healthy in that. Because, you know, just like a person like me, you know, I got eczema. You know what eczema is? It's inflammation. My body's inflamming too much. And sometimes it comes down to my gut health, and I've been noticing that. Gut health comes down to pooping good. And sometimes being physical and being active and getting your heart rate up and lifting weights and shit or doing cardio and that actually helps heal your gut. It actually helps you to poop better. Because after I get done exercising, it's gross and that, but this is how the body works. After I got done exercising last night, it was around like 10 or 11 o'clock when I got home, and I was like 11 something. I had to take a gigantic fucking dump. And that's what I did. I took a enormous dump, and you know, people say you're supposed to check out what your turds look like, because that just indicates your gut health. And people say if your turds are dark and dry and that, it means that you got a little gut slits. You got a little bit of internal issues in that. Doesn't always mean it's terrible. I have to worked out in that, because when you work out in that, when you break down muscle fibers, you get lactic acid in your blood, and you digest that. Lactic acid supposedly helps you fucking poop, because at least it just helps you. And that's what happened. My endorphins got up. My kidneys were producing a whole bunch of fat burning hormones. I was, devouring fat, 'cause my stomach fat was getting really soft in that. And I was, it felt good. I took a enormous fucking dump. It was a beautiful dump. And this is what I have to say, is that that's why we have to be active. Because being active is good. Because we're supposed to promote that. warm outside. And my dad's got like we got tents on the windows and that, so see keep some of the heat out. Oh man. Man, I'm sluggish as fuck right now. I gotta. Okay. I got that with this one.
You will die shackled. Time to change the equation. Mind relaying a message to the timekeeper? Die! All are destined to ascend. No! Stop!
I'm about to do no more. The guy died from AIDS. It's kind of funny that when we see like people like gay people and they're all like, oh, you know, they're like the givers of AIDS. And people always say, no, well, it's like, well, it's because, like, yeah, because you're not supposed to be doing anal, bro. And like, think of it as like some of these like impure gay guys now, they really are just hugely overly sexualized. And you can tell that the bulk of the gay community is kind of like that. And they want to say, you know, oh, like, dude, they're on 10 to 20% banging each other all day long. There's a reason why you guys get AIDS, bro, because you guys are always getting fucked by everybody. And no offense to gay guys, man, they're the ones that like the big dogs in their booty holes and that. And like, and they wonder why that, you know, the AIDS is so heavy with gay people. Like, yeah. You gotta do it to yourself.
Hardly a setback. Who did that?
And I would say a lot of people that just have sex dramatically. There's some dirty ass fucking people out there. I know some of the girls that used to, you know, well, I hung out that like they would get fucked like enormous amount of times, and they would just sit there and they would just love being busted in, and they would sit there and tell me about this shit. Like, oh yeah, it's like one of the guys I do stuff with and I have one night stands with, and I like bang me multiple times and like busted me almost my times, and he's like, oh well, my vagina hurts now because of all this. Yeah, because you're not supposed to be, first off, you're not supposed to be fucked that much.
Check them are not splatterproof.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be banged that much, guys. Come on. I can't grab him, so. Fuck you, can. And like, And like they like talk about that. They're like, oh yeah, when
That was
you get
just
too
a
much
warm-up.
semen and you know it's an acid that your body tries to destroy that because it's actually poisonous to a woman. And they have too much semen. I'm not even joking about that shit. That's the honest truth. And like a lot of people don't actually understand that. And like the pleasuring is ridiculous. If you want to fucking have sex 24/7, it's kind of disgusting. And then people make fun of people because they think they have to keep up with other people with that. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? Keep up with other people because with that? What the like? That's like fucking retarded. Aww. They won't let me go across the sea. That's stupid. But yeah, I don't talk about this stuff enough. Like, we've been this stuff. Dude, you guys are just fucking retarded. Fundamentally, we have to stop promoting all this fucking sex stuff. I get it, like, men, will be more, like, masturbate type than women are. Yeah, women are not, like, fully, like, guys have to release. They say, well, some guys don't have to do that stuff and that they can hold in their stuff and that. I say, yeah, you can, but the problem is that it's really fucking difficult. And I don't care what anybody says. That's why gay people fuck enormous a lot more. They're always ready to bang. That's why they spread more diseases, because they can. Because they bang a lot. That's why guys fuck, like when a girl like gets laid, they can't get laid multiple times a day. Because their body can't handle that much inflammation because they're getting plowed on their insides. Men can get laid enormous amount of times a day.
Alistair would have loved this.
Slowly recovers health. Increases rate when your health is low. This one's actually really fucking good in general, but the one I have now is way better. Blood Siphon's way better. Despite the fact that does heal me more when I get low in health, but I have to go full on, like, have huge amount of health to get more, health in general.
I always make time for the little things. Discarded a badass. Results was replicated.
I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do.
Best 2 out of 3.
I was expecting a bit more.
I think I got I'll try to get at least a couple of today.
Ah! Got on my thing!
Do you always overreact?
You cannot compute these cards! That was just holding you back! Get a
Yeah, people would tell me like, oh, killing people doesn't get you that much experience. You're supposed to do bounties. Now, I'll tell you what, bro. Finding the bounties is great to have in general. And then in between you kill them, but like if you like skip all the people to kill or get rid of in that, you're losing probably like 30,000-40,000 experience. And if your bounty only gives you 20-something thousand experience, and you're losing literally like 60,000 experience, you're losing, you know, overall you could be gaining 60,000 experience. Because every little area that you fight like that gives you at least 5,000 or 6,000. Give or take, especially the big dudes. You fight a lot of those badass people, man. You'll get up to like 20,000 experience.
You will die shackled!
So if each one of these dudes gives you what? That one's gonna do 400.
That was hot! You can never control chaos!
3,000-4,000 already? There's like 7,000-8,000 right there. See, right there, I made probably like 10 to 12,000. And that didn't take no more than maybe like barely a fucking minute. It's just if I do one of these quests all over again, say I do, I did, oh. Meat is murder. So if I do the Wrath of the Ripper Queen. Pay tab. Oh, that's Revenge Sophie. This one's actually really fun to do. I do like this one a lot. We'll do this one though. It's like easy to repeat this shit because this gives you like I'd rather repeat the whole entire game, but unfortunately you can't do that.
Order anything? press here.
Congratulations! You've purchased a Marcus Munitions Mercenary Day starter pack. Inside, you'll find everything you need to celebrate the triumph of capitalism over galactic government. For any concerns, contact, well, not me. I'll be doing a thing that might get me slightly killed. Now get into the spirit. Spend time with friends and loved ones. Hang some decorations. Give some gifts. And no refunds. Well, that's it. Turn off the recorder, kid.
A gift exchange, huh? Might be kind of nice.
Happy Mercenary Day. Want to help hand out some gifts?
Giving loot rather than taking it is Trent's custom. But why not?
Might be a little outside your wheelhouse, but nothing better than new experiences. See, holiday joy is exactly what the Outbounders need to distract them from everything. How about you take some presents from this Mercenary Day starter pack I found and hand them out? Oh, I can't forget your gift. Here. Happy Merc Day. Thought you might dig a new ride.
A nice vehicle. I will do my best not to get blood on it. My best is occasionally.
I might as well equip that one. Is that the one you gave me? It's the same fucking one. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I'll use this one. The caterpillar.
Insufficient.
Great. I'll send you the coordinates of a few Outbounders who could use a pick-me-up. Anyway, what you waiting for? Go light up some faces. Let's spread some cheer.
I ain't gonna lie, I think it's kinda cool.
A new record!
Go and flip all time! Utter disregard for the miracle of life.
God.
Time to get murdering! I got a fool! Oh! Going in for a bite! You don't need to do that!
Oh, I am not and good. am. Or not. Could be anything.
A new U-station? Thanks, Rush!
It's the little things. I used to do a yearly gift exchange with my own family. Back before. Nope. Today is not a day for tears. On to the next package.
Finally, some spark! Ah, wait! It is just you! Should have washed the hands!
This one's funny as fuck. It's the lube one.
Enjoy your gift that I definitely would not rather keep for myself.
Ah, cool! Lube!
Oh, okay, maybe I should have scanned these packages first. But, yeah, I guess everybody could use more lube, right?
Thrilling! I have never felt more tactical.
This time I think I'll make all my shots. There are no...
Ha! Ready to roll the dice?
I want to see the look of surprise on his face when he opens this one. Quick, let's watch. Move away from the shack. We don't want him to see you.
Ding, ding, ding! Another winner!
Hey, nice! Why is this ticking?
Mike and Nancy!
What? But what about the other two gifts?
Hey, Rush, this new U-station is vibrating.
This one's
This
funny
lube
as fuck.
is primo, man. It tingles a little, but otherwise, no problems. Greetings,
What the
blasphemers!
what the fuck, bro? His fucking dick explodes. That would be the worst feeling ever. Be like got a massive boner and you're sitting there spanking your monkey and all of a sudden your fucking cock explodes. Dude, I'd be furious as a person. I'd be like, what the fuck, bro? My dick just exploded, man. What the That would be reckless. Oh my god, I'm sorry. This water. Oh man. Oh, this lube's kind of tingly. I don't think there's no problem. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, I need to take a big ass piss. I'll be right back.